projects. They are docked, and then, they are still lying there. Nothing is taking place. You go there, so many boreholes are docked, but then that's where it stopped. You keep following, you hardly see any progress. So the problem is with us, as he has said. If you monitor projects that are in your constituency, you know that things are very slow. And Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the area of procurement, that's another area. These other people want their guidelines to be used. But I believe that we should look at the government guidelines as well as the MCC guidelines and see whichever is proactive, that will not delay anything. That's what we should use. I'm happy that the Finance Minister has invited us to work together to ensure proper implementation of this agreement. And I think the National Assembly should take up the challenge, because this implementation will be in stages, and we must keep track of every stage and monitor it so that the project does not fail. Usually when this type of projects fail, the grant providers get discouraged, and they usually hold their hands and not come back. So we must make sure that when you have an opportunity like this, you utilize it to the best of your ability so that the project continues. On that note, I thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Serekunda. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We do have two agreements before us. One is an agreement that deals with the threshold program agreement, and the other...
We're dealing with one.
Yes, I'm coming, Honorable Speaker. The other Development Objective Grant Agreement. So I'm wondering whether the Minister would have wanted us to consolidate the two by putting an interrelationship, because one is being administered by USAID and the other the Millennium Challenge Corporation. If there is no synergy between the two, there is no need to introduce them in a consolidated form. Since he has not, then we'll proceed with the first one he introduced, which is the development.
Honorable, but since that hasn't been done, what the Honorable Minister did was to table the first one. So let's deal with that one, and then later when he tables the other one, you can then refer to the previous one, and we'll see how we best move.
I understand, Honorable Speaker. I'm just raising an issue because the objectives are basically the same. So that's why I'm saying it could have been consolidated. But it does not, it's not, then we proceed. Honorable Speaker, the purpose of the agreement is very clear under Article 1. Is set out to ensure an understanding between the parties in connection with the development objectives that are described in Annex 1. And development objectives in Annex 1 are very clear, Honorable Speaker. It shows that the intention of the agreement is to promote democracy, peace, and stability in the Gambia. But there are two objectives that we must always bear in mind. There is the developmental objective, and there is also the governance objective. The developmental objective is to concentrate on power governance. on NAWEC as an institution and its reshaping so that it will serve the interests of the Gambian people. The governance element deals with our executive, our legislature, our judiciary, and how to ensure that they are actually fit for purpose. Looking at the agreement, it has monitoring and evaluation, and that is inconceivable without having the objectives clearly defined. And of course, we see that the USAID in this instance wants the government also to be responsible. So it is going to make contributions, 2 million initially, 15 million the threshold. But looking at 3.2, at page 4, it says the grantee also agrees to provide or cause to be provided all funds in addition to those provided by USAID and any other donor identified in the illustrative financial plan, including Annex 1, and all other resources required to complete on or before the completion date all activities necessary to achieve the objective. And it is emphasizing that this sum must not be less than 1/3 of what is going to be contributed. So we should really take note of that. And that is clearly defined in 3.2, section 3.2b, where it says that the grantee's contribution based on USAID's contribution in section 3 will not be less than the equivalent of 1/3 of the portion of the grant that is used to support activities that directly benefit the grantee. So essentially, yes, we are talking about grants, but there are also financial obligations. And without the fulfillment of the financial obligations, then of course there are repercussions. So the Minister of Finance must tell this assembly that he had thought through the grant and they are fully ready to ensure that the obligation, because that's what we are ratifying, that the obligation of government would actually be done so that the absorptive capacity will be there and there will be no delay in implementation. We can cause problems in the future because after the final date, there's no obligation to really pay anything after that. So it means that the termination date the completion date must be honored without any disregard. Honorable Speaker, yes, it's a grant, but there are additional covenants that we must also respect according to the agreement. 6.2 says that the grantee, including in conjunction with the appropriate ministries and offices, hereby covenants and agrees to fulfill its commitment to the democratic process in the Gambia and to ensure sufficient rational allocation and management of government resources for the effective implementation of this agreement. The grantee hereby covenants and agrees to the policy priority of reducing corruption by ensuring the passage of the anti-corruption bill. How can that be done, Honorable Speaker? How can the grantee ensure that? The Parliament is not rubber stamp. Nobody comes here and tells Parliament what to do and what bill to pass and not to pass. Even if we allow this to pass, Such must never be entertained again in any international agreement, because it's an affront to the independence of this legislative authority. No instrument, any international instrument, should ever contain any element that dictates what this parliament does. And our executive must be warned that when they go to sign international, because the danger here is, according to Section 79, it is the responsibility of the executive to enter into international agreement, subject to ratification by this parliament before it could be enforced, before any conclusion. So they can go and sign. And they have gone and signed. They have signed this. So if we reject this clause, it means we have rejected everything. Because international agreement, either you agree wholesale or you reject wholesale. You cannot go and tell them go and, because they have to meet again, all sides, to agree. So they should not create complication for this parliament or compromise the integrity of this parliament by going and signing what they know cannot be implemented in the country. So, Honorable Speaker, that is there a question mark that I have, and I hope that even if we allow this to go, and I don't see why not, because it's in our benefit, and ultimately they can look at it in their own domain and see what to do about it, but this I totally disagree with, because I think it's really challenging the independence of the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, yes, there are other elements that we can advise our people who wish to support this nation. In a country where you do not have an independent parliament, where the executive has absolute power, yes, you can start to lay certain conditionalities in order to ensure that you have transparency, accountability. But, Honorable Speaker, we should take this opportunity, because there are certain reporting that must be done periodically on what is being done. But I'm suggesting, Honorable Speaker, that we begin to look at our own constitution and show the power of this National Assembly to do what those authorities wish to do to ensure accountability and transparency. Honorable Speaker, Section 155, subsection 6 of the Constitution states, the President shall at such times as the National may require, present to the National Assembly such information as he or she may have relating to the granting of loans, their servicing and repayment, the payment into the consolidated fund and other public fund of monies derived from loans raised on institutions outside of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, we should begin to look at not only the loans and the grants, but to create a mechanism here so that whatever we ratify will have the collateral effect also of making it compulsory, mandatory, for them to come back and periodically report to us how it is being implemented. Just like the provision is demanding for monitoring, for evaluation, we must also institute the same procedure of monitoring and evaluation to ensure that what we ratify will actually deliver the goods to the Gambian people as anticipated. Then we will not be complaining of people siphoning funds and misusing and abusing resources that we have ratified in this parliament. Yes, there are issues that I will just mention in passing, where we are told that the results to be achieved, the results framework, which is on Roman figure 4, page 10, and the indicators created so that they can do the measurement are clearly stipulated. Ability of national and subnational actors to address governance challenges strengthened. The Gambia government will promote and exhibit greater accountability, institutional leaders to citizens, and to the law. Legislate democratic processes, enhance the Gambian electoral system will function efficiently, incorporating all political entities in an inclusive participatory manner. Civil society organizations able to safely and effectively exercise civic and political rights. Gambian civil society organizations, CSOs, and citizens have the political freedom to express their will and hold the government of the Gambia accountable without fear of reprisal. Improve institutional capacities within the justice service. The Minister of Justice efficiently and effectively administer justice and the delivery of quality services. The government will promote and support judicial credibility and legitimacy and strengthens accessibility and transparency. These are the benchmarks, Honorable Speaker. These are expected to be the results from the actual grant that is given. So the government should maintain those benchmarks. Parliament should maintain those benchmarks to see that when we are falling short, then we are moving towards actually breaching what we are agreeing in this agreement. It talks about the indicators, percentage of cases processed within the time frame set by national guidelines, which means that there is work after the ratification. And there must be checklists prepared by the requisite institutions that must be built. So this is about institution building. It's not just signing an agreement for its sake. We are making undertakings. Undertakings demand that you build the institutions that will monitor this process, so that ultimately number of CSOs receiving USG assistance, engage in advocacy, interventions, etc. So percentage of citizens reporting that safeguards against official corruptions are strong and effective, which means that there are certain benchmarks. We must prepare for them as an executive, but we, Parliament, ratifying this, we should also have the requisite bodies, human rights, our committee is here. It should take on board all the elements that are being stipulated here, so that here and there we could call those who are given the responsibility to execute to appear and tell us whether those benchmarks are actually being fulfilled. Yes, we are also agreeing that should they have consultants and people working for the institution, that they will come and they'll be granted things like visas, everything free of charge. Those are elements that are incorporated in it. Now, are those things necessary? I think our international partners must begin to look at the personal effect dimension of some of the things incorporated in international agreement and ask themselves whether that is necessary, because those are things that you may not need in an international agreement. It can just be a diplomatic arrangement between the country and whoever is the official of those institutions, because it gives privilege. And the very essence of this agreement is accountability, transparency, and good governance. So whatever gives excessive privilege to family members, what has family members got to do with governance? So maybe an individual, yes, who directly is responsible for giving a particular responsibility, but if you extend it to beyond the confines of that particular individual, then you are really seeking privilege, and in many instances, you are not really promoting good governance. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable Member for Kiang Central. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Very briefly, I'm appealing. Having a fund is one thing, and then proper management of that particular fund is another thing. We've been ratifying loan agreement as well as grants here, but the question is...
Sorry. Yes.
Whether they make an impact on the life of average Gambians. That's my worry. Honorable Speaker, this is a country where loans are contracted and grants are given. At the end of the day, they end up falling into wrong hands. And then what else happened? They end up, using good chunk of that fund, buying flashy cars, and then hiring of experts. And then when you go around to study the implementation or what are the impact of that particular project, you hardly see. And we being the representatives of the people, we interact with people, we go down to the grassroots to see what is happening. So at the end of the day, the blame comes back to us. You remember in 2020, the National Assembly ratified a grant agreement in order to promote agricultural production in this country. Some of us stand out to say we are not going to support it because at the end of the day, we may not see anything positive. And then we even appeal that there should be a quarterly report to the National Assembly in terms of implementation, in terms of the success of those projects. But at the end of the day, everything fails. So if you continue to receive such grant, at the end of the day, people like the beneficiary will sit down and ask what are the impact of this grant. It's really sad. So my appeal, Honorable Minister, is that let's have a very, very robust and effective implementation of this project. And then you report back to the Parliament, what are the progresses, what are the challenges? If there is anything that needed to be done, then we will help. But we don't want the situation at the end of the day, when we grant, that's the end of it, we will not see the minister, like the agri-value addition project that we ratified here. And then we appeal to the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, please quarterly report to the Parliament in terms of the implementation, in terms of the successes of that project. But since then, we've never seen, we do not have any information regarding that particular project. And it's very, very difficult as representatives of the people. At the end of the day, what can you report? What can you tell your people? And then we, like I said, we interact with them. They tell us. So it's really challenging sometimes. Anything that we are doing in this life should be examined. Whatever we do needs to be examined to know what are the difficulties, to know what are the successes, and then what are the challenges so that we can improve on. So those are my concerns, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much. And I equally appeal to the Honorable members to support this grant agreement with the condition that there will be effective implementation in place.
Latikunda Sabiji.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And then I'll also join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister for coming up with this agreement for ratification in Parliament. Honorable Speaker, I think this is important and it comes at a very right time because looking at the circumstances that we are in as a country, I think this agreement will help a lot. Honorable Speaker, but there is one thing we always have to understand, is that there is no free lunch in anywhere in the world. So it's a grant. We all accept that it's a grant, and it will definitely play a very important role in achieving some of our goals that we wanted to achieve as a country. But also, let's remember, and let me repeat this thing again, there is no free lunch anywhere in this world. We need to put that at the back of our mind. If you looked at this agreement, Honorable Speaker, yes, we're going to get a lot. Because if you looked at the indicators that are on page 10, you look at the goods and services also, you do look at the roles and responsibility, the monitoring and evaluations. It shows that Gambia as a country is going to work in tandem. We're going to work with USAID to implement these projects. And in working with them, reading those things, they've highlighted some key issues that we have to meet some requirement in order to have access to these X, Y, and Z, which is important. Yes, this is why I say there's no free lunch, and it is important that way. At least there should be a monitoring aspect of it. But honorable members have said this, and let me also say it, repeat it, that the monitoring aspect of our projects, Gambia as a country needs to be serious now. We have ratified a lot of grants in this country here. The Minister of Finance should come over to be giving us a report as a member of a parliament. You know, when we sit here as a National Assembly member, Latrikunda 𝐶𝐵𝐺, I am not here alone. I am here representing the whole Latrikunda 𝐶𝐵𝐺. So if they have an issue, they ask me, Honorable Morong, how far are you guys with this? And they expect answer from us. In order for them to have the right answer, then the Honorable Minister or whosoever responsible for our projects need to come forward sometimes and then put us in the picture of some of the projects that we are. Yes, someone is raising this. Okay. Honorable Speaker, looking at this grant, let me say this. I am supporting it. But it is very critical when we are looking at the grants. We should look at the grants with a microscope lens. It's important. It's not just award grant and we all go for it. Yet it is grant, and if you look at what they have highlighted, it's going to help us as a country. But the implementation aspect of it is a key. And one thing I think we need to understand now, it cannot be business as usual. When we assign you a job as a country, because this parliament is representing Gambia, if anybody is assigned a job to do, being it a minister, being it permanent secretary, whosoever, I think you should deliver to the expectations of the public. That's a key. And this is the reason why we are here. Let me also join my colleagues to urge us to approve this grant. But what we want from the minister and whosoever is going to implement this is that, please, let National Assembly members be aware of the implementations of these projects. That's a key. That is very important for us as a National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, you looked at the page 12 of 26, which is monitoring and evaluation. To me, it's very important to us. To me, it says, progress in attaining the development objective will be monitored and assessed by USAID against baselines and targets set for indicators defined for the agreement. USAID will also utilize context monitoring to remain aware of the development context. Monitoring identifies risks and opportunities that could affect. Let me just stop there. There's no need to go further. That shows that if we are willing as a country, because the Gambia government is going to work in line or together with the USAID, we can have what is called a transfer of skills. Not only on this, but also the other projects that we are having as a country. It's going to help. Now, when we look at this grant agreement, let us not be interested in the amount of money that is given to us, the 2 million, the later 15 million. I don't think that is that much important. What is important? The skills that we will gain at the end of the day. Because if you don't get their proper skills, what will happen at the end of the day, even if you have 100 million, it is going in vain. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I'm also urging the rest of the National Assembly to give their approval to this grant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Birkama North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the National Development Plan 2018-2021, even whereas the timeline has elapsed, the Minister noted some significant efforts have been registered in that endeavor. We did not go without some gaps in terms of capacity within some government branches, institutions, agencies, civil society, and the media. And that the key strategy or priority strategy for the NDP is to restore governance, good governance, respect for human rights and rule of law. I believe in relation to the efforts and achievements realized in attainment of the National Development Plan at this juncture, in terms of good governance and respect for human rights, I would not rather call it to be restoration, but rather strengthening the good governance and respect for human rights. If that is the position of the National Development Plan, and this grant agreement is aimed at strengthening democracy, peace, and stability in the country, my belief is it is in line with the attainment of the National Development Plan and to fill the gaps that are in existence. Madam Speaker, having noted this point, I want to reiterate that the social cohesion and fabric that tends to hold the Gambia as one nation, one people, seems to be losing, if not tearing apart, as a result of disturbing political messages, a cause of concern and a threat to strengthening democracy, peace, and stability in the country. In this, relating to the aim of the grant, I want to conclude it is very timely, and therefore I have no option but to support the agreement. Having said so, it is one thing to aim and another to realize. How do we realize? It has to go with commitment to the execution of the grant. Let the money be given to the institutions or agencies that actually need to serve the purpose highlighted. I believe key among these institutions is no other but the National Commission for Civic Education. Madam Speaker, the Civic Education Commission is redundant. The Commission is not equipped and empowered to do its work. The Commission cannot wait until when it's election campaign, they go around to sensitize people about their civic rights and duties. Let more funds be given to the Commission to do this work. As a nation, we know what our civic rights and duties are. And there, no politician will mislead us, as we know what our civic rights and duties are. If this is done, our democracy will be strengthened. The social cohesion and fabric that I said are tearing apart would be binded together, and the Gambia will still continue to be one Gambia, one people, one nation. Madam Speaker, with this concern and observation that I relate to the timing of this agreement, I also add my voice to call my colleagues to support the agreement and to raise my concern for the agencies that are to benefit to make sure it is judiciously executed to serve the purpose. On that note, I thank you.
Thank you. Bind yourself.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My contribution is going to be very short because the honorable colleagues have already mentioned my concerns. Specifically, I'm honorable for Serekunda. As a banker, I was more concerned about the conditions precedent to drawdown, and he has addressed my concern considering the contribution expected from the government. And to that effect, I give it my full blessing and wish them well in implementing. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Upper Salum.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Minister, for bringing this grant. Honorable Speaker, I also want to take the time also to thank USAID for coming to our aid in various ways, and for the past few years as well. And we must also note that their footprint in Africa is not only in Gambia, but across maybe 20 countries. And they are assisting particularly in 3 different areas, which is agriculture and food security, the education sector, and also on the issue of power, that's Power Africa. And they've been contributing and assisting various countries along those lines. So thank you for coming back to us to help us again. And we must also understand that all this funding that they're having is also comes from another taxpayer's country to come to us to help us. So we must be grateful. Honorable Speaker, if you look at one of the objectives under the DOAG, that's protecting and promoting the advancement of civic and political rights in the Gambia by enabling civic actors to exercise and promote their civil and political rights safely and securely. My honorable colleague just mentioned about NCCE, which is the National Council for Civic Education. We have seen exactly their contribution in educating people about their rights and in educating the Gambians about the need to promote and to protect the peace in this country. But my committee, that's the Committee on Education, who has the authority to play an oversight on this particular commission, we have seen that they are really under-resourced and underdeveloped. And I think such a grant, if implemented properly, would go a long way in actually helping them to be able to achieve their goals. Honorable Speaker, for the past 4 or 5 years, my committee actually, on several occasions, we have received the commission telling us exactly the financial constraints they actually have in order to perform their duties, particularly in areas dealing with the promotion of civil and political rights in the country. Not only about knowing the rights as a Gambian, but also across a various spectrum in this country. So such a grant would actually go a long way in assisting them. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the last part of the minister's statement on page 4, the National Assembly is hereby informed of the signing of the Development Objective Grant Agreement and kindly requested to support its implementation by providing overall oversight. So essentially the minister is just reminding us about our responsibilities as well, because their part is about implementation. And if you go to the 1997 Constitution, Section 102, where it says the additional functions of the National Assembly, it says here, in addition to the order of powers conferred to the National Assembly by the Constitution or any other law, the National Assembly may, then you have A, B, C, which is examine the accounts and expenditure of the government and other public bodies funded by public monies and the reports of the Auditor General. D, include a bill in a proposal for a referendum, or E, advise the President on any matter which lies within his or her responsibility. essential. They have a responsibility in implementation, but we also have a responsibility to check, to ensure that what they are supposed to do is actually done properly. Otherwise, we have the full authority to ensure the president understands that we are not satisfied with what a particular ministry or particular department is doing as long as these monies actually are concerned. So I urge all of us just to keep an eye and to ensure that we play our part diligently, to ensure that wastages actually are prevented, and to ensure that monies that are meant for a particular program actually goes to that particular program. On that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you, and I also want to show my full support in accepting such a grant. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also want to join my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister for coming with this grant with the USAID. Coming from the civil society organizations, USAID has done a lot of good job in the Gambia, developing agriculture and also ensuring food security, as alluded to by the Honorable Member for Upper Salem. CRS is one of the leading NGOs in this country that was initiated and supported by USAID. And their departure in the Gambia in the early 1994 after the military coup had done a lot of setback to agricultural development programs that are initiated at the community levels, being supported by international NGOs. So coming back to work with the government of the Gambia and also to enhance the participation and improve the role of civil society organizations in this country is indeed the right direction, and I think it is going to help the vulnerable members of our communities at the rural Gambia to ensure that they have their voice and they are heard. One key important thing for this program that is going to be started with the USAID is very important that the institutions that are going to be involved are fully capacitated and ensure that the implementation process are done in the right way. The first thing that I want the Honorable Minister to give us is the governance structure of this program that is going to be set up. Because I've looked around and I've not seen it in any, how is it going to be done? Are you going to set up a steering committee that will be looking at the implementation of this program? And what will be the composition of this steering committee if there is going to be one? I am very much particular when it comes to the involvement of civil society organizations. And we need to ensure that we look into the affairs of people with disability. We have the Gambia Federation of the Disabled that are members here, and they have about 14 organizations that are working across the length and breadth of this country. And they are more involved in research work that they are going to do to support the programs of their members. So when you talk in terms of civil society organization involvement, most often at time, the disability group are left behind, and they are the voices that need to be added to the civil work of the civil society organization. So I think in consideration, this needs to be looked at, and we have to ensure that they participate fully in these development programs that are going to be done within this project. Another key area that is a problem in this country is the monitoring and evaluation framework that are set up for various projects in this country. That's why a lot of these programs that are supported, the implementation and the monitoring and evaluation programs are so weak that the framework is not there, and when it comes to the terminal evaluation of the project, a lot of things would have happened. So I want to emphasize, Honorable Minister, that when you have the monitoring and evaluation program, you added learning there. Learning processes help the implementation of programs and activities at the level, at the community level, so that you are able to learn what are some of the obstacles, what are the setbacks that you will be able to put forward to ensure that proper monitoring and evaluation are done for the successful implementation of the program. Honorable Minister, I looked at the tax exemptions. We have had this experience when the NGO bill was passed. The expired trade quota and also the exemption of tax payment of duty waivers and also tax exemption has cost this country, as is now running into billions. So I think that needs to be looked into. Who are the people who are going to be exempted
from paying tax when it comes to the implementation of this program. And I think it's very, very key. What we need to do is to ensure that we have a well-structured program that will not take all the money away. Because if we have tax exemption amounting up to 25 million, that means we have lost about a quarter of the programs that is going to be given to the country. So I think this thing needs to be looked into very well and ensure that we work on it to make sure that it is in line with some of the things that we are going to do and reduce the amount of money that is going to be lost. And also supporting the statement by the Honorable Member for Serekunda, I think in going into further these agreements with bilateral and international agencies, you also need to inform them of the procedures of the National Assembly so that they don't have to preempt and also give us alternatives to be able to do things that we are going to do. So that's why I think the table office had distributed both soft copies and hard copies of outstanding orders to all the departments, agencies, and ministries. So it is important that they study these things and know what are some of the things that they need to do or that need to be done when it comes to the tabling of bills in the National Assembly. So I think that is very, very important, Honorable Minister. And to conclude, I want to say that again, when it comes to the disbursement of funds and meeting of counterpart funds by the government of the Gambia, sitting in some of the committees that I'm a member to, more often a time the ministries or departments and said the government is not meeting its counterpart funds. So if we start this program halfway and our contributions are not coming, that is going to impede on the implementation programs that are in the schedules, and when it comes to the disbursement of funds, it is going to be very difficult. And the expenditure that is going to be done, because these funds are so strict that you need to be able to follow the agreements and also the rules that are laid for proper implementation of this program. So those officers who are going to be engaged and be responsible of these things should be well monitored and ensure that the right things are done, and then which will not lead to the termination of the program. And I think I want to join my colleagues to also support this program, and also to say that this is an opportunity for us as Gambians to have USAID back into this country to continue on the work that they are doing, especially in the area of food production and sustainability in our program. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Opanyumi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, let me seize this opportunity to thank the Honorable Minister for bringing this agreement before this Assembly. And I also want to join my colleagues to thank the USAID for providing this fund for the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, from the Minister's statement, the agreement is meant to strengthen and widen the democratic space and justice system, promoting political pluralism, efficiency, to enhance the efficient and effective, accountability system and transparency, and to reforms of what has negatively happened in the past, and to promote that peaceful atmosphere and love and sympathy between Gambians, which is really important. And because of those reasons, I have no objection to this particular agreement. Honorable Speaker, but I also want to ask the Minister the gender sensitivity aspect of this agreement, the impact it's going to have on our women folk, which is very important in all categories, from the justice, from the democratic system, from promoting political pluralism. What is the gender sensitivity aspect of it? And also, according to the Minister's statement, Honorable Speaker, the grant initial amounting is $2 million US, but like there's a possibility in increment up to $15 million US. What if the fund is not available and Minister happens to draw their plans, to implement this particular agreement, and the fund is not forthcoming? And also from the Minister's statement, Honorable Speaker, The minister said that the formulation of the project was through multi-stakeholder engagement. The process involved stakeholders from the Office of the President, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, and Ministry of Justice. I want to ask the minister, who are the main implementer of this particular agreement or the project? Which ministry is really responsible? Because there must be one particular ministry that's supposed to be responsible of implementing this project. So we want to know. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you. Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also join my colleagues to thank the Minister for honoring and working according to the provision of the Constitution and the standing orders of the National Assembly for bringing this grant to the National Assembly to go through it to ratify. Honorable Speaker, when I got this agreement, my reflections went to a statement made by Honorable Member for Willie West some time ago. Says, if he has his will, at a time when we came newly into the parliament, loan was a problem, Gambia was highly indebted, so that's a problem in that. Says, despite with the debt of the country, he would prefer to go for loans than grants. Because grants, as my honorable member said, there is no free lunch. It comes with conditions. Sometimes these conditions are very difficult for the locals to meet to be able to benefit from these grants. However, in this time of the country and the programs this grant is gearing towards, nobody will say no to this grant because we need to strengthen our democracy and everything. And again, Gambia is a poor country. We need help, assistance. In as much as we want assistance in the form of grants, I believe the Gambian authorities will also be very much cognizant of the need of the local people, so that the grants will not just be a mere grants given, as others are saying, falls into wrong hands or spent onto other issues which will not directly affect the local people on the ground. That takes me back to page 4 of the minister's statement, the first paragraph, which is not been read by my colleague. The formation of the project was through multi-stakeholder engagement by including the Office of the President, his ministry, Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Justice. But if you look at the objective of this grant, strengthening democracy, social cohesion, and the like. If in the formulation of this grant, these are the 2 offices or 3 offices that consult and develop this grant, I want to ask whether the institutions that are responsible, example, the CSOs that they mentioned, in the formulation were they being consulted, were they consulted of their programs? Because those people might have programs and strategies that are directly linked to the people. Were those people consulted, their mind consulted to know what strategies do they have, what programs do they have towards the strengthening of these objectives of the grant that want to, objective that the grant want to strengthen. Why I'm trying to bring this one, or bring this justification? Probably they will bring, you have a grant, but an institution wants to have a program that is directly affecting the people. When they develop to have a fund from this grant, their strategies will not meet, and it's a problem. Madam Speaker, I can give an example. The roots, the NEMA project in agriculture. And recently, yesterday, I said that there is giraffe form that agreement also that they've ratified or signed. I use my constituency as an example. That project or grants came to strengthen local people. If my communities have the issues, they want assistance from the grant, when we develop, we go there, they will say, your requirement doesn't meet the grant. So you find it difficult to get. One specific example. We want to fence a garden. When we propose to go to look for an assistant from the grant, they said you need about 5 hectares to be able to benefit from the grant. And there is no place in my constituency, as I'm trying to give, no local garden that is up to 5 hectares. So where are we? This is why I'm bringing this one. Do they consider the real needs of the people so that it could be included? So that every Gambian at any corner will be able to benefit from it. That's why I bring this one. 2, the start of the project. How soon? Yesterday I could not come to the assembly. I was in an office trying to lobby something for my community of a project that we signed here, we ratified in the National Assembly here a year or 2 ago. But you know what they told me? We don't start yet, we are trying to settle down. Almost a year, we are settling down. So that's why I want to bring these questions how soon? Because if you want to go for this grant, in the name of the people, you definitely must know what your people need. So you cannot just be a signing and you have to take another year again to settle down. In settling down, yes, the local people are not benefiting, but the officers are with fancy cars, flying the roads every day. Is that the settlement that we are talking about? Honorable Speaker, I'm trying to bring this one because of experience of other projects. The other one is sustainability and continuity of projects. USAID was here when we were young, as been mentioned by the majority leader. But when they left, where are those projects now? The projects that were implemented in the country here, where are they? As the project finishes, everything goes out. What's the problem? Is this government ready to continue projects of such in the interest of the people? I can give an example again. If you go to Banjulunding, there was a very vibrant garden there. Very vibrant. Any time of fruit, any time or any kind of fruit you want, you go there and get it. It was a project. But when the project stops, the funders left, the garden dies. Every day with agriculture, for them to see how much they can use, they'll bring excuses. So that's why I bring these issues. Is the Gambia government, is this government ready? No, I know they have intention to do something to strengthen our democracy. That's why they went look for this money. This money is not everlasting. One day or the other, it will stop. Do they have the plan to continue on it? So that what had happened until they go for this money wouldn't be there. Honorable Speaker, monitoring. I want to add my voice to other members. Let the minister understand that National Assembly is not only here to make laws and ratify, but as mentioned by my colleague, any word or statement we made or agreement we agreed on is on behalf of our people. We owe an obligation to them. And National Assembly members are not empowered to that extent to be able to go to all these projects that sometimes you don't even know where these projects are. But if the authorities, that's the Minister of Finance and any minister responsible, and we make it as a law in this country, in this National Assembly, to be periodically updated, as we started with him in the implementation of the budget execution. If he can periodically come, if the session is not even closed, I would have even asked the table office to give me a space to ask this question. For the Minister of Finance and all other ministers to come to the National Assembly, update us on all the agreements been the loan, the grants from 2017 to date, and how far? They will tell you some of the loans, we don't even get the money now, up till now. So what is the essence of it? I believe before they go and sign, the institutions or the prerequisite institutions to be set ready. So that when this thing comes, because when it comes to National Assembly, it's now in the public. When it comes to National Assembly, we expect that our people are going to benefit from it. But you know what? You rectify it and go, it takes 2 years, 3 years before it's implemented. So these are some of my concerns that I want the minister to look into that. My last point, I want the minister to help me here. On the agreement, page 8 of 26. I believe my responsibility is to ratify before the implementation of the project, or the disbursement of the money. But what I'm seeing, I want to be taken through. Honorable members, page 8 of 26. The last paragraph of 4. You have some figures there, and with dates. DV/2022/2021, DR2, 635M, $800,000, and all accumulated to $2 million. But the date I'm seeing here have already passed. So I want the minister to help me whether these monies are already in your coffers before you come for ratification, or this is just the level of my understanding of the document. If the minister can take me through for me to understand, for me to be sure, no, this money is not yet, is waiting on our ratification, then we will know that the National Assembly is being honored and respected. Thank you very much. But on that note, I give my support to you.
Yes, nomination.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, I don't have much to say because all the points that I have in mind has already been exhausted by other speakers, so I don't want to waste the time of the floor, except only few points that are not all that controversial to the issue. Honorable Speaker, you see, I'm really surprised in this August House when members, we have all these committees in this August House when it comes to monitoring of projects. 4 or 5 years now, that's the last sitting of the 5 years. You have FPAC, you have PEC, you have monitoring of government projects where you have the majority leader, minority leader, a leader of the PDOIS, and also a member for Serekunda, member for Woolly West. These are all senior members of National Assembly, including myself, the most, who served the first, second, and the third republic in the National Assembly. Yet still, members here can say the government, how the money has been going, how this project has been running. And we have all these committees here. Why up till now, for good 5 years, the members in this, and we are continuing ratifying loans and agreements, we don't take the government to tax. I'm really surprised. How many agreements has been brought before this August House, and we ratified them? Member for Serekunda has pointed out an issue that it should come here, and knowing it's in the Constitution is not still amended. Member for Serekunda, a member for Central Badi, made a very serious statement. If you are accusing the government, you are accusing for human rights, whatever. This is something you have to do, not sitting here. Let's not take the knife, understand, and tear on our own stomach.
in the presence of the donors, a charity that has been given to you. You said if you give it to us, this is how it's spent. It's wrong. I'm also the member for Kia Central, all these two centrals, both Baribu and Kia. These are serious, these are statements that you are making. And they know, and the member for Central Baribu is the care of the monitoring of government projects. Where was he for good 5 years, Honorable Speaker? When all these projects have been approved here and they are running, what has he been doing? It's very embarrassing if he
can we have your opinion on the agreement?
No, on the bill I said I share my view. That's what I first said. These are my observations. Where was he? So, on that note, Honorable Speaker, this is what I have to say.
Thank you, and I am happy that you are a very vocal and strong member of the monitoring committee, on the monitoring of government projects. I say I'm cognizant of that fact and know that you are a very vocal and strong member of that committee, and yet we leave it at that. Thank you. Honorable member for, is it Bundung Kakunda? Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister for strengthening his negotiating skills to be able to negotiate a grant like this one. I think it has taken the minister for many years to understand our language, that we were all championing. That is to say, our government has taken a lot of debt, that we cannot afford any debt anymore. But it's good that at the start, he started with a grant that he came with in the National Assembly to move on. I'm happy and I'm in support of the bill to ratify this grant. And I'm happy it is not alone. Honorable Speaker, I'm also equally happy that the USA is coming into our aid to be able to strengthen our democracy and rule of law. Honorable Speaker, this is very fundamental in any sovereign state. Democracy is a way of governing, but it's a very good way of governing that the whole world have appreciated and is practicing on. And it is obvious that this country, there are lapses, there are gaps in our democracy. If a country that is seen as a champion of democracy, though they also have their lapses, it is much appreciated for them to intervene in our democracy in order to help us to move on, because we are moving from a governance which we all know that it was, we all know that it is not a good practice, or it is merely characterizes of dictatorship. Then it is important we appreciate this gesture from the USA. But we have a role to play here, Honorable Speaker. If the saying goes in our local language, if you are taking bath, somebody is putting water on your back, you should also help to scrub your back so that it can be easy. Please, Honorable. So that means that as Gambians, definitely we should also take the bull by the horn and make sure that what they are helping us to do, we also willingly, together as a Gambia or as Gambia, we move to the right direction. We fight for the Gambia that will be conducive for every Gambian to be able to do whatever you want in the realms of the laws of the Gambia. We have a long way to go, but let us all see our country as the Gambia. It is the only place we have in this world. You have no other place. And it is us that should have the will to make sure that we collaborate and make this country the champion of democracy. And I have a dream that one day Gambia will be a very good model for democracy. Honorable Speaker, I have a slight difference with some of most of my colleagues. The way we deal with the executive. Honorable Speaker, I feel very bad if I see my honorable colleagues asking the executive or to appeal to the executive to be coming back to the National Assembly. The minister has told us they have a role to play. Normally, they do their job, and when it is here, instead of doing our job, all what we do is we plead to the executive to be doing this. And this is our fault. Because this assembly, most of the time, we don't reprimand. We don't take action. Year in, year out, there will be lapses, there will be fault. But all what we do is we appeal to the executive. Before we appeal the executive to be coming here, reporting or give us update, why can't we call the executive? We have the powers. We can do it. Why are we not? I have the belief that since now this house is autonomous, which I have championed since at the beginning of this legislative year, which some of my colleagues thought that it is just a dream. But finally, before the end of this legislative year, it has come to reality. I have the belief now, honorable members will now stop asking the executive or appealing to the executive to be coming here for update. Rather, we should ask them, call them here to come. We have all the committees in this National Assembly, many of them, all of them have functions. They have duties to do. The implementation of this, whatever, and point of
Police.
Point of order.
Point of order. Can you put your microphone down?
Yes, point of order, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, every member, clause 29 of the standing orders, every member shall restrict his or her observations to the subject under discussion. Please, just talk about what we are dealing with here. Thank you.
It is on the agreement, really, the functions and failures, successes of the committees. This is not the right time, I think. If you can just align your intervention on the substance of the agreement. I think you've already made that point. It's taken note of.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I was just mentioning it because it is important so that we make sure that we follow this project.
Yes, it is important. It's been noted, just like the intervention of the nominated member has been noted. But please, let us stick to the rules. The agreement, please. Thank you.
Yes, the Honorable Minister mentioned on page 4 that the National Assembly is hereby informed of the signing of the Development Objective Grant Agreement and kindly request the support its implementation by providing oversight. This is where I am leading to. I'm going to. So it is this assembly who should provide an oversight. Now, if we don't provide an oversight, how can we blame the executive? We should be prepared to make sure that, let us not fail the Gambians, and make sure that we monitor this at its all stage, all the stages. I don't think now we will be dragged or held by the clerk and his staff that there is no fund or you cannot do this, you cannot do that. If all these projects that have passed, we are claiming that we are not seeing, now is the time to make sure that this project is monitored from the beginning as it goes up to the end of this project, Honorable Speaker. So I'm appealing to all my colleagues, since it's not controversial, we've all seems to agree on it, but we must try to make sure that it is properly monitored as mentioned by the Honorable Minister. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jara East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I rise to drum up support for this August Assembly to ratify the Development Objective Grant Agreement between the United States of America through its United States Agency for International Development, USAID, and the Republic of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, as alluded to by my colleagues, this is non-controversial. And I also want to throw my weight behind the agreement, but with a word of caution. Honorable Speaker, for far too long, as a country, we have been contracting loans and grants. And the essence of contracting loans or grants is to improve our lot as a nation and to improve our well-being. Honorable Speaker, when that is not achieved, the purpose is defeated. And I believe fervently that the long and short of contracting loans is to improve our well-being. Honorable Speaker, it does not require much intelligence to go on memory lane. We have contracted loans upon loans, grants upon grants. But if you look around, you don't see, the effects of those loans and grants. And still now, as a country, we are wallowing in abject poverty, despite contracting huge loans. If you look at the monies mentioned here, they are quite astronomical, but they are not paying dividend. I think we should stop doing that. Honorable Speaker, the prayers, i.e. the aims and objectives of the grants, are quite laudable. Because in this document, you have national reconciliation, you have enhancing our democracy, you have peace and stability. These things are very important. But Madam Speaker, we cannot achieve these things when we don't change our attitudes. Honorable Speaker, to come to national reconciliation that this grant seeks to address, it is quite apt and quite timely, taking into account that we have just come from the presidential election and we are poised to have the National Assembly election come April. And it does not require much intelligence to know that this country is deeply polarized. Deeply polarized, I repeat. So the national reconciliation drive that this document is talking about will help us greatly in addressing that national reconciliation deficit that we have in our body politics. Honorable Speaker, for far too long, we have been talking about peace, reconciliation, and stability. These are expensive commodities that we cannot afford to miss as a nation. Honorable Speaker, grant me leave to read from page 3, where it says, strengthening participatory, representative, and inclusive political processes while helping to reform the legacy governance structures that enable the human rights violations of the past and promoting press freedom and freedom of expression by cultivating burgeoning enthusiasm in the media sector and reinforcing ethical and professional standards critical to ensuring and promoting social cohesion, the inclusion of traditionally marginalized groups, and the protection of human rights in society. Honorable Speaker, even this alone will make members, honorable members of this August Assembly, to give their blessing to this grant. And one thing, Madam Speaker, we have to put into account, the mover also has taken cognizance of Section 79 of the Constitution. As we all may know, in entering into any agreement, it must be a win-win situation. If the agreement goes to derogate our sovereignty as a nation, that agreement is not going to be entered into. And with regard to this agreement, it has satisfied this constitutional provision adequately. Honorable Speaker, another concern that I have is inclusive political processes. Allow me to dissect these inclusive political processes. This grant is earmarked for inclusive political processes. That is, political parties must be afforded equal opportunity, equal airtime. That's what this document is talking about. But is this the case, Honorable Speaker? If the wishes and aspirations of this grant are not implemented to the letter, it will amount to defeating, the purposes of the grant. Honorable Minister, you will agree with me that once this money is, disbursed to those, to the beneficiaries, some of them, they tend to abuse it. And in abusing these, monies, the fourth estate has a, stake to play. That is the media. If you happen to be a beneficiary of this money, what this grant is telling you, you have to afford equal airtime, be you a print media or an electronic media. It matters not whether I'm from the opposition or not. I must be accorded the same treatment. So we must understand this very well, Madam Speaker. Equal airtime, whether you are a national broadcaster or a private broadcaster. Honorable Speaker, we come to the ethical and professional standards. Now, when you are controlling the airwaves, you are at a vantage position, but it does not give you the right, to go on tirades, to attack people. You must be very courteous in your arguments. You must be very courteous in your conversation or in your exchanges of opinions. Yes, you are at liberty to express your opinion unfettered. But be mindful that where your right stops, that's where somebody starts. Because this document is also talking about human rights. And where my human rights stops, that's where somebody starts. Honorable Speaker, ethical standards, they have been compromised time without number. When it comes to time management, it's a casualty. Timeliness is a casualty. So this document is quite comprehensive, and it's full of moral lessons. Whether we are going to take them, that's a different ball game. Honorable Speaker, another concern also. I have no qualms with this grant. I am in support of it 100%. But the only thing that I want to emphasize here has to do with the trickle-down effect. That's very key. The trickle-down effect must be felt by the man in the street, the ordinary people, because it's earmarked for all and sundry. It is talking about corruption, how to curb corruption, and we all know that corruption is pervasive. So, Honorable Speaker, I think government will do everything humanly possible to make sure they work according to the aims and objectives of this document, because it will sanitize our democracy. It will improve our democratic, culture. It will also enhance our human rights standards. Yes, as a nation, we have some human rights black holes here and there, but this document has now come to address those human rights black holes for us. If you go to communities, Honorable Speaker, some of them are at loggerheads because of politics. So the document is now telling you, you have to come together as one family and one nation. What has transpired must be a thing of the past. So I hope all of us will take, all of us will listen to this document, what it has for us. Honorable Speaker, it also talks about social cohesion, the inclusion of traditionally marginalized groups, and the protection of human rights in society. No one deserves to be marginalized, Madam Speaker, and no one deserves to be treated inhumanly. So, Madam Speaker, based on these lofty ideals that are enshrined in this document, I hereby urge my honorable colleagues to give their blessing to this important document. And Madam Speaker, to conclude, let us all work assiduously in preaching peace and stability, because these are expensive commodities, these are priceless commodities. And I believe fervently that all of us will accept that, to do that work as part of, preaching peace and stability. To this end, I beg to take my seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Although I'll be so brief because Sabah Sanjal has already talked about it. But when I go through the taxation, page 3, 2.5, I had another second thought about it. Because if you go through, despite the fact that it's a grant, but at least the custom and excise also need to collect certain taxes. Simply because Gambia is tax-based economy. So if you are waiving all these taxes, I don't think there is any idea about it. Simply because if you go through 2.5, the tariff on custom duties, they are not paying any import tax, not export taxes. That's my concern. Why are they mentioning export taxes if they can? Why? And also the most serious is that, and any other similar charges on goods, and any other, after this grant. And also, they are not paying any other, even sales tax, they are not paying that. Goods in goods and services of tax also, they are not paying that. Even value-added tax, they are not paying that. Madam Speaker, that's my worry. Although I support the bill, but I want the Minister of Finance to explain why they are very much concerned about this, that they should not even pay anything, even they are exporting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think, honorable members, we've had enough interventions on this agreement. So may I now call on the mover, that's the Honorable Minister, to respond to the issues raised by honorable members and to wind up the debate. Honorable members have raised various issues, so let's address them and come to a conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We're here for ratification. We're here because that is where we are concerned in the sense that the buck stops here, the National Assembly. You are the most powerful institution on our land. And actually, the intent to state that the passage of the anti-corruption bill is a condition precedent to disbursements actually is in no way meant to interpret that the National Assembly is a rubber stamp. Actually, the intent is directed, the message is directed to the executive that we know that the National Assembly competence, authority, effectiveness will scrutinize whatever document you presented to them for ratification. In a way, I can say is kudos and a commendation to the National Assembly for it to be a condition as a precedent for disbursement. I think our interpretation is that the intent of that message to say, before we disburse, before we do anything, it must be ratified by the National Assembly. I think it is the respect that the U.S. government has on the National Assembly. If it was a rubber stamp National Assembly interpretation, then they will just tell us there's no need to go for ratification. Just to be very clear that actually in 2012, an anti-corruption bill was already passed here. The intent of this new one is to be able to address the deficiencies of the old act. So by coming back to you, is actually for us, our interpretation, it is respect and knowing that this is a very competent National Assembly with the authority and the mandate to make sure whatever you say yes, it is yes. When you say no, it is no. And I think the atmosphere is something very, very positive. Again, on page 4 of my statement, I said the National Assembly is hereby informed of the signing of the development grant objectives and kindly requests to support its implementation by providing overall oversight. You have the authority. It's not only about quarterly reports, but you have the authority to summons any of the institutions to come here and explain to you exactly any project that you feel that we have to report. So I think that I just wanted to repeat that the intent is in no way meant to state that the National Assembly is a rubber stamp. If anything, the respect accorded to the National Assembly is very, very, very high. The issue of, I just wanted to clear because most of the National Assembly members repeatedly talked about the rubber stamp and also taxation. It is a standard, it's a template and very standard operating procedures that you cannot have double taxations. The intent here is that it's goods and services. That example, you have a United States national working within the project, and that United States citizen has already paid their taxes at the country of origin. And here you are, that's why it's very clear, I said non-citizens. Any Gambian benefiting from this project, be it company or individuals, will have to pay tax because this is the standard operating procedure. So when we say tax exemption, that's what the intent is. So just to avoid double taxation, and it is taxpayers' money. The other thing is about monitoring and evaluation. The USAID, the MCC, and any of these United States institutions seek funding and approval from the US Congress. And they have to defend their budgets annually. And when they go to defend their budgets, they must present not only credible, but how impactful that project is. And that's where the monitoring and evaluation will come on board. When we did mention that the negotiations actually was conducted by the executive, that's the Office of the President, the Ministry of Finance, and Justice. But I can assure you all stakeholders were consulted. It's only that it was a negotiation process. And that at the time of implementation, all stakeholders will be part of a steering committee. A steering committee was formed just for the negotiations, and that whatever happens in at the implementation stage, that's where the others will come on board. The NDP is very clear that the program 2018 to 2021, just for your information, it was extended for another year up to 2022, and a new national development program 2022 to 2050 is now we are now putting it together. So the extension is to link. So any activity or any gaps or deficits or deficiencies that we encounter in the National Development Plan 2018 to 2021 will now, it's like a continuity. And that we have a report. We already have an assessment report, which I can promise that we will share with the National Assembly. It's already done, most likely by tomorrow. I didn't realize that it was something that you will request, but I can assure you that it's already done. And the intent of this 2022-2050 is to capture anything that was not properly done, or there were gaps in the old one that will now be addressed much more effectively and much better. Let me just go to the roles and responsibilities of the parties. The monies, up to today, we have not received any. There is no single bottle that has been disbursed. And that the money will not go to the Consolidated Revenue Fund. It will be directly to the beneficiaries. Page 11 of 26 says USAID will ensure the successful implementation of the agreement by implementing projects in close collaboration with grantee counterparts. Joint planning, monitoring, and review mechanisms will be developed in coordination with the Ministry of Justice and any other relevant ministry that is substantially involved in the implementation of USAID-supported projects. I personally have had experience with USAID projects in the 80s, in the 90s, and I can assure you, when it comes to monitoring and evaluation, that is something that they do perfectly, because they always have to go back to the US Congress to report and to justify the need for additional funds. What we are saying now, the 2 million, is like laying of the foundation. But we are confident that with the proper implementation of the project, the pillars identified here, we are definitely confident that we will be able to access additional resources to be able to continue the work that we have already started. I think most of it is taxation. The responsibilities, there's no counterpart funding. It's in kind. Example, civil servants will be working in the project, and those civil servants are paid directly by the government of the Gambia. So these are the sort of in-kind contributions that we are saying. And the taxes and the duties or whatever that we are, it's like, that is actually, I can define it, that is the counterpart funding. That it has to be, just because it is a tax waiver or tax exemption, no. The proper assessment, the GRA will do the proper assessment, and they will have it. I have mentioned here that we have had, now we have a committee on tax waivers, and since we started this committee, we have been able to save the last statement, almost $1.4 billion just to avoid any sort of leakages. And we'll continue to improve on that. But this project is very clear. It's on goods and services. But Gambians, individuals, or corporate companies benefiting will be paying the tax. It's a standard operating procedure. That one we will not compromise, and we have never compromised. The gender sensitivity, if I miss anything, let me know, is very clear that I think it should be on page 3, that the gender sensitivity is already addressed, because if we talk about the disabled, the genders, the youth, women, everyone is already, I think is already highlighted that these are beneficiaries. Not only that, but they will be giving the utmost attention to make sure that their interest is served. The other schedule that has been for the budget, these are just schedule of budget allocations that page 8 of 26, one honorable member from Busumbala did raise it. It's just an indicative, it's a budget allocation, but the monies are still intact unless and until the new anti-corruption bill is passed, then the disbursement will commence. So basically, these are the issues that I thought that I should address, because most of the questions were repeated. The trickle-down effect, Jara is said, yes, I think the disbursements are directly to the beneficiaries. There is no intermediary like government to say that give it to me and then we will disburse it. No. I think that is where the monitoring and evaluation will be much easier than going through a conduit. I think we have been taken to task all the time. That is why anytime the National Assembly, PAC and other committees, it will summon us as ministers, and we do always come and explain or clarify any issues that has been raised by the National Assembly committees. And I think when we say we invite the National Assembly oversight, it is something that we mean, it is something that we know that you have been doing a lot of good work on it. We have seen like the health during the pandemic, it's been very instrumental, the communication and the understanding of why we are doing certain things and the way we are doing it. Somebody mentioned about the unavailability of funds. We are cutting our coat according to our size. As at now, we have $2 million US, and the programs that we are going to set we're going to tie it to the $2 million US. If additional funds are there, then we will be able to move on. We will be able to increase the activities. But then it is not a unilateral decision from the US AID or US government. It is a joint thing that will be discussed at the level of the steering committee, and a need assessment will be conducted, and that's where the M&E component will come in to see whose absorptive capacity in any of the sectors. That's where you'll be able to feed it more, because you cannot overfeed one sector and the other sector will suffer. That's where projects like this, the equilibrium effect will always come to play, that you have to make sure when it comes to the structures, especially governance structures, which are so important in the next frontier of our republic, that we take it as a very, very serious issue. So basically, Honorable Speaker, I just have to, capacity building, these are things that is a continuous thing. But we have been building so many capacities. We are adding 2 more pillars. We say capacity building, capacity retention, and capacity harmonization. And I think projects like this will be able to address all of these things, because over the years, whenever we talk about capacity building, we are leaving the 2 most important additions as a complement: the building, the retention, and the harmonization. And this government has taken it as a very serious challenge. How do we can build capacity, but the retention and the harmonization is key. And in our new development plan, 2022 to 2050, these are issues that when we revisit from 1965 up to date, what has been happening. Short-term planning, 5 years. But we are hoping that with the new plan, it will be not only visionary, but there will be timeline, it will be costed, and there will be one of the most strongest component will be on the M&E. And the report on the short-term NDP 2018 to 2021 and the addition of the year, additional year, will help us see and do a SWOT analysis. We look at our strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. But we will try to focus more on the weaknesses so that we can be able to make the country meet its development agenda and goals. But it takes two to tango. We cannot do it alone as executive. That's where the National Assembly will come on board to be able to assist us, because at the end of the day, whatever we plan, we always have to come back here for you to allocate and appropriate the resources that we need. So in the process, the oversight responsibility is also on the National Assembly. Response is for the National Assembly to be calling us to monthly, quarterly, whatever you want. We will come back and report. We are hoping that as partners, we will continue to work together. So these are the issues I thought, Honorable Speaker, that has been raised by honorable members, and I will just stay for additional minutes if I miss anything. In terms of the conditions precedent to draw down, as I said, up to today, we have not taken any butul. Condition precedent is the anti-corruption bill, and that is in no way directed to the National Assembly. It is the responsibility of the executive to come and present the anti-corruption bill. That is where it is fair to say that whatever the deficiencies or the gaps were in the old anti-corruption bill that was passed in 2012, the new one should be able to address, and then we will move forward. So the intent, again, I repeat, it was the executive responsibility to come and present the anti-corruption bill, which we have done, and it will be debated, and we will look at it, and hopefully we can finalize it as soon as possible. Thank you very much. If I miss anything, I'll just wait.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the responses. It appears as if some honorable members have raised their tags. I would allow clarifications, if you have any, for the Honorable Minister, but definitely not to take a second bite of the sherry. And no, Honorable, I'll use my discretion for those of them who intervene and need clarification, but not to allow newcomers, please. So no, and we have to be very brief. Yes, I think he knows. He's gotten me. Yes, yes. So please, Central Badibu, direct if you have any clarification on the issues that you raised that have not been addressed, and the same with Serekunda and Banjul South and Sabasanja. Thank you. I'll start with Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as it has been stated, the Honorable Minister made mention of the National Development Plan 2018 to 2021. That's a time frame for National Development Plan. What I'm saying now, since you are coming with this grant for us to ratify, are you going to have another period where this thing will be spent, or is going to be an extension of National Development Plan? And you talk about the threats, and some of the weaknesses of the National Development Plan. We need to know what are some of those threats or weaknesses.
Yes, I said we already did the assessment, and I will provide the report latest tomorrow morning. You will see all the information there that we did it. But again, I said we extended it for another year, just to make sure that we are much more prepared to be able to link the old one and the new one. So basically, the document says 2018 to 2021. At the end of 2021, we realized that with the pandemic and so many issues, there is need to do the extension so that the new national development plan will be not a short term, but it will be long term. That's why the new one, we are saying Gambia at 2050. What kind of Gambia do you want? And we will be able to factor in. When I say the SWOT analysis, in order to plan for the future, you revisit the past and confront the present. And in confronting the present is to be very realistic. Realistic in the sense that what is attainable, what are the resources available? Because you can have the biggest plans, but if the resources are not there, how can you execute it? And I think we have survived as a country because of one simple reason. We have been cutting our coat according to our size. I'm here for the grant, and the policy right now is we are not going to take any commercial loans. Our GDP debt ratio in 2018 when I was coming is 129%. Now it has gone way down significantly to the 70s. We want it to go further down, where as a country we should be able to access certain commercial loans, and then the policy is not a loan for consumption anymore. Any loan that we have taken, we will be taking, it will be converted to assets. And that the new policy is, it has to be 35% concession. We will not ever take that because we were going deeper and going deeper. In order to be able to have the facilities and the financing to be able to inject into not only infrastructure, energy, health, education, agriculture, we need to build a base that is sustainable. So unless we get out of this debt trap, and the government has done a lot on it, of course with the support of the National Assembly, we are moving there. And we have heard the clarion call you've been repeating since I came to the Assembly 4 years ago. That's why today I'm here. To say that at least we are moving towards this, but the loans, we will have to be taking the loans because we need them. But it has to be concession. We will not come here with any loan that is less than 35% concession. That we are committed and that we make sure that we continue to do until and unless we go to a stage where we can have commercial loans, and even those commercial loans will not wait anymore for consumption. We have learned a lot in the past, how we were doing it. Now we are saying we are wiser. We are older, we'll be 57 years old in the next week or so. At least anything about 57, wisdom will really come to you, and you will be able to do your own assessment better, properly, more effectively, and efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Serakunda.
I don't understand what the minister is actually saying when he said that the statement, the Gambia hereby covenants and agrees to the policy priority of reducing corruption by ensuring the passage of the anti-corruption bill. Ensuring. What is the meaning of ensuring? My grammatical and ordinary meaning is that you have the capacity to ensure, to make that to happen. I'm saying what we propose is that whilst we may have to leave this for this instance, that the executive should never go again and allow such a provision to be introduced in any international agreement. Otherwise, I will advise the National Assembly to reject such an agreement when it comes, because it shows that there is an imposition. And that is what I'm saying. Is the minister, Honorable Minister, arguing the contrary, that this is really going to continue to feature in future agreements? Two is just clarification, Honorable Speaker, on
Honorable,
articles.
Please, can you just assist me? Are you reading from the minister's statement or
I'm reading from
the agreement?
The agreement itself at page 625, 626, section 6.2, additional covenants. He's saying the Gambia hereby, if you look at 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth sentence. Yes. So ensuring is that this will happen. That's what ensuring means. So in essence, that's what I'm saying, that the minister should clarify that. Okay, now the second point that I raised was Article 6, Honorable Speaker. Article 6, which goes into permits, order approvals and authorization. If you look at 4th, 2nd, 3rd, 4th sentence, it talks about applicable persons carrying on, because it's already talking about on that particular area the issue of being permitted in terms of visas or the expenditures. So you can read 1, 2, 3 sentences. But the essence here, the applicable person carrying out activities financed by USAID under this agreement collectively, the required documents for purposes of this provision, applicable person is defined as employees and consultants of any contractors, grantees and other organizations carrying out activities financed by USAID under this agreement, members of each employer's or consultant's household. That's what I'm saying. That why should they include their households? It's standard. It's featured everywhere. But, you know, it's not good governance. Can we not start helping our partners to go beyond that? They are here to carry out certain functions. So they should not include their households in such matters because they are not employees of any sort. I know it's standard. But should we continue just to accept this and not question? Before we did not have good governance, we did not have democracy, so they can impose their standard. But now we should begin to question their standards as not standards and make them to reflect so that good governance will expand from our end also. It is expanding. I don't know what the government is doing about that, but I believe in a better system of governance than using this privilege, you know, as a means of international relations. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, you will see that in terms of, let's accept the facts. If you look at, Honorable Speaker, the other element, look at it. We should know that these are the realities and accept that that's the condition. But it tells you on the procurement, for example, that's page 28. On procurement, it tells you any motor vehicles financed under this agreement will be of United States manufacture except when the USAID. So those are the tied aids. So we should accept those realities. But we should know that these are realities. Let's not just...
Honourable Member, my only concern there, or my observation is, probably, I'm not sure whether you raised these issues in your first intervention. Did you?
I did, except the last one. I just generalized the last one. But all these ones I raised here.
Adequately addressed in his response. Very well, thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. We have taken note of your concerns. Honorable, we have taken note of your concerns, and we avoid anything that we will come here to have any wrong interpretation. It has gone through our Ministry of Justice, and they have taken a look at it closely. But your concerns as an Honorable National Assembly member, it is something that we will not take lightly, and we will take note of it, and we will make sure that we will be sensitive to this choice of words, I can say. That if you talk to me as an economist, when I saw it, ensuring, to ensure for me is to encourage. But I don't want to go through that. But we have taken note of it. You are the representative of the people. I always say that you have the mandate to come here and tell us, and we will make sure we will not take it lightly. Thank you.
Honourable member for, sorry.
Honourable Speaker, I'm told that it's page 26 rather than 28 because of my eyes. I've told that this thing about purchasing the vehicle is page 26, procurement rather than 28. My eyes deceived me.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It's just a short observation. We did ask the Honourable Minister about the inclusion of gender sensitivity, and he directed us to page 3 of the document, but there is no such thing on page 3. Can the Honourable Minister just guide us? Because on page 3, I see Article 1, purpose, Article 2, development objectives and results, development objective, results, and amplified description, but there is no such thing on nothing on gender sensitivity. Can he guide us where we can find that, Honourable Speaker, or was it just a statement from the Honourable Minister without justification? Thank you.
Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, allow me to take a look at it, because there is, maybe I quoted the wrong page.
Yes.
But there is something that they talk about disability, women, youth. So, page? It was page 3.
It's on the MCC. It's not on this other one.
It's on my?
Oh.
It's there.
No, it's on the other agreement.
Ah, okay. Yes. I don't think I will mention that without having it reflected somewhere. But I can assure you it's
Banjul, not, are you assisting?
Yes, I'm assisting. If you go to page 11 of 26, 11 of 26, the top, what, the 1D, mobilize existing actors or networks to collaborate on issue-based campaign activities related to access to judicial, human rights, or civic space constraints, strengthen the capabilities of COS to undertake research to develop the analytic basis. It's F. It's F, capacity building of civil society. You have the third line, frameworks affect the ability of men, women, religious and ethnic minorities, persons with disabilities, or youth.
No. I think
basically that's what I was referring to.
Honourable Speaker.
Speaker, that's why I said to be guided.
Please.
3 as stated.
So, Honourable Minister, you may look at it and see if that addresses the concerns of Banjul South.
Yes.
Look, Honourable Member for Banjul South, we are trying to address your issue and you are having a conversation. So, let's focus on one meeting so that we will address the concern that you have raised. Yes.
May I just read? Thank you very much, Banjul, Honourable Member from Banjul North. Capacity building of civil society and media entities to monitor and evaluate the impact of draft or enacted legislation, including how legal and regulatory frameworks affect the ability of men, women, religious and ethnic minorities and persons with disabilities or youth's ability to participate in civic and political activism, facilitate engagements and dialogue between civil society and policy actors to encourage less restrictive laws and improve relationship with regulatory and decision-making authority. I quoted the wrong page, but this is what actually I was referring to.
Are you satisfied?
Yeah, that's why I said to guide us to the right page, because he quoted the wrong page. He quoted page 3, and it was actually page 11. Yeah, exactly.
That's why I asked, can anybody help assist in trying to trace the relevant clause? And that's what Honourable Member for Banjul North, there's an error. Yes, in the citation, not 3, but 11.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Banjul North. Member for Sabasanja.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. I think part of my concern address, but I still have concern with this exemption. That is B4, section B4. If you go to section B4, if you allow me to read the second paragraph, I will raise my issue there. Except as provided otherwise in this provision, the general exemption in subsection A applies but not limited to 1. Any activity, contract, grant, or other implementing agreement financed by USAID under the agreement. 2. Any transaction or supplies, equipment, materials, property, or other goods herein. So that's my point. Yes, that is page 17 of 26. Page 17. So if I get your explanation, you did say that this affects only the employees, that is the people working on the project or on the grant agreement, and they are not Gambian nationals. Those are exempted. But here, equipments, supplies of these things are all part of the exemption. And if you go to 4, let me just go to 4. If you go to 4, it says any employee of such organization. And 5 says any individual, contractor, or guarantee carrying out activities financed by USAID under this agreement. Now, even Gambian contractors who are working on this agreement could be exempted from these taxes. That is my understanding. So I don't know if you can clarify more for me to understand. Because me, I really want to see judiciously, because you cannot apply tax on certain group of people and avoid exempt others. That's my point.
Honorable, what I said with Gambians, when we say exemption, the equipment that are being imported and is directly for the project. Those ones, that's the understanding. But Gambians, I said individuals or companies that are within the Gambia, they have to adhere to the laws of the land, and they will be taxed. But if you're a foreign U.S. citizen, you cannot be taxed twice. We cannot tax already somebody who's already, because that income by the U.S. citizen is already captured in the USA as income. And that one you already taxed by the Internal Revenue Service. But you cannot be taxed twice. But locally here, everything that Gambian companies, individuals are subjected to adhere to the laws of our land.
Thank you. Thank you very much, honorable members and honorable minister. Now may I put the question, be it resolved that this honorable assembly do ratify the Development Objective Grant Agreement between the United States of America and the Republic of the Gambia for democracy, peace, and stability enhanced. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those not in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it. Thank you very much. Clerk, we may proceed. Unless honorable members want to take a short break. No. But I think we proceed. Yes.
Motion.
We proceed. Okay. Very well.
Break. Motion. Be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and ratify the Millennium Challenge Corporation Threshold Program grant between the United States of America, acting through the Millennium Challenge Corporation and the Republic of the Gambia, acting through the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, by the Honorable Minister for Finance and Economic Affairs.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Why are you always quarreling?
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I rise to invite this August Assembly to ratify the following agreement called the Millennium Challenge Corporation Threshold Program Grant, with an overall objective of supporting the implementation of critical institutional and policy reforms that address binding constraints to economic growth in the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, the government of the Gambia launched the National Development Plan 2018 to 2021. In 2018, which aims to deliver good governance and accountability, social cohesion, and national reconciliation, and a revitalized and transformed economy for the well-being of all Gambians. Two central strategic priorities of the National Development Plan 2018 to 2021 as it relates to the agreement are to restore good governance and rule of law, building our infrastructure and restoring energy services to power our economy. The MCC threshold program grant amount is 25 million United States dollars. The government of the Gambia, under the leadership of His Excellency President Adama Barrow, has made tremendous strides to redress the energy crisis this country is facing. In recent years, the electrification rate has increased to over 50%, and the government remains committed to the ambitious goals of achieving universal electricity access by 2025. However, challenges remain in areas such as power sector governance and power sector operations. Honorable Speaker, the above-mentioned program goals consist of two key projects. The Power Sector Governance Project, which aims to develop more effective, accountable, and transparent power sector governance in the Gambia. Two, the Power Sector Operations Project is to improve NAWEC's capability to operate the Gambian power system in a manner that reduces the frequency and duration of outages and is consistent with the Gambia's universal access and conditional emissions goals as put forward in its nationally determined contributions. The governance project focuses on building the capacity of power sector stakeholders to identify and solve problems in the following areas: the legal and regulatory environment, the policy and planning environment, NAWEC structures and governance, and external oversight and accountability. In addressing effectiveness, accountability, and transparency, the governance project is designed to bolster performance, support the government's existing efforts to provide universal access to electricity by 2025, increase gender representation and participation in the sector, and prioritize, where possible, public-private partnership and transition to lower carbon forms of energy. The governance project uses a learning by doing approach facilitated by experts advisors. The facilitated change management advisors supports the team of stakeholders working to identify the underlying causes of legal, policy, regulatory, administrative, access, and operational challenges, and then to solve those problems through a disciplined, interactive, and action-oriented approach. The operations project aims to develop critical skills, tools, and processes at NAWEC to address challenges in the following areas: power sector operations, customer operations, finance, and change management. The operations project is coordinated with and built upon work financed by the government and by other donors to ensure close alignment with NAWEC's strategic operational plan as well as the Gambia's electricity roadmap. The project is expected to operationalize NAWEC's gender policy and improve institutional and operational capacity to achieve the Gambia's universal access goals as stated in the electricity roadmap. To advance the work of the operations project, the government shall establish a team to coordinate the project, the membership of which shall include NAWEC staff with appropriate expertise and authorities as agreed between MCC and the government of the Gambia, the transformation team. The transformation team convenes project teams focused on specific challenges or components of NAWEC's operations. These project teams expected to be located in NAWEC Finance, Commercial, Transmission and Distribution, and Generation Business Unit, utilize an adaptive management approach, which is a facilitation methodology similar to the one used for the governance project. Membership of the transformation team and project teams shall be as gender diverse as reasonably possible. The operations project shall be supported by outside experts on energy sector operations, that's operations advisors, which is expected to embed experts within NAWEC, provide strategic guidance, analytical support, and capacity building to the transformation team and the NAWEC staff members that are members of the project team, and, among other things, provides technical and analytical support on power sector data. Consultation, the formulation, Honorable Speaker, the formulation of the project was through a multi-stakeholder engagement. The process involved stakeholders from Office of the President, Minister of Finance, Minister of Petroleum and Energy, Minister of Justice, NAWEC, the private sector, and some international partners. The National Assembly is hereby invited to consider and ratify the grant financing agreement between the Republic of the Gambia and the United States of America called the Millennium Challenge Account Threshold Program, aimed at supporting the implementation of critical institutional and policy reforms that address binding constraints to economic growth in the Gambia by primarily focusing on power sector governance and power sector operations. Financial implications, Honorable Speaker, the agreement is wholly financed in the form of grant. Legislative implications, MCC envisage the passage of this bill. The prayer. Honorable Speaker, the National Assembly is hereby informed the signing of the MCC Threshold Program grant and kindly requested to support its implementation by providing overall oversight. The effective implementation of this agreement will contribute significantly towards the attainment of the NDP objectives, especially the strategic objectives of the government to restore good governance and rule of law and building our infrastructure and restoring energy services to power our economy. Honorable Speaker, considering the foregoing, I respectfully submit to this Honorable National Assembly the above-mentioned agreement for consideration and ratification. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, any seconder? Yes, Jara East.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I rise to drum of support for this August Assembly. Oh, I rise to seconds. And equally allow me to do my contribution. Okay. Thank you. Okay. To ratify the Millennium Challenge Corporation Threshold Program grant agreement between the United States of America, acting through the Millennium Challenge Corporation, MCC, and the Republic of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, this agreement is quite timely, taking into account the erratic nature of our electricity supply. Honorable Speaker, it is also non-controversial for the fact that all of us will support this grant agreement because we have been experiencing load shedding many times, power outages many times. So I believe fervently all of us will speak in unison and give, as usual, our stamp of approval to this important grant. Honorable Speaker, electricity is very important in any economy of any country. No development can take place, i.e. meaningful development, without having a robust power sector in place. This grant will revitalize our electricity subsector, and therefore I am in full support of its implementation. So, Madam Speaker, before I resume my seat, I will urge the mover to make sure that the trickle-down effect is felt as well. I hail from the eastern part of Jara, And I'll be very grateful if the people of Jara East also enjoy this grant enormously. And I believe, Honorable Minister, you will do that. Honorable Minister, to come to page 2, and Honorable Speaker, grant me leave to read. The government of the Gambia, under the leadership of His Excellency Adam Barrow, has made tremendous strides to redress the energy crisis this country is facing. In recent years, the electrification rate has increased to over 50%, and the government remains committed to the ambitious goal of achieving universal electricity access by 2025. However, challenges remain in areas such as power sector governance and power sector operations. Honorable Speaker, I would like to know from the Honorable Mover, 2025 is just at the corner. We are in 2022. We are left with 3 years. And this is quite comprehensive and quite ambitious, as stated in the document. What mechanism do you have in place to meet the deadline come 2025? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'll now put the question. It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the Millennium Challenge Corporation Threshold Program Grant Agreement between the United States of America, acting through the Millennium Challenge Corporation, and the Republic of the Gambia, acting through the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. Thank you. So the ayes have it. Now, honorable members who wish to take part can raise their tags. I had already recorded Central Badibu and Fonyi Bintang Karanlai, but let's take some more, please. Thank you. Yes, Badibu. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. I will also want to give my support to this financial agreement in the form of a grant between the Gambia government and MCC. Honorable Speaker, MCC is an innovative and independent foreign assistance agency that is there to help countries to fight against global poverty. Honorable Speaker, Gambia is happened to be part of those countries that are trying to develop, called developing countries. And poverty is really happening in our society. And by looking at two critical areas to restore good governance and rule of law, and building our infrastructure and restoring energy services to power our economy is highly needed. Honorable Speaker, starting with one, restore good governance and rule of law. As I said, it's easy to pronounce good governance, but it's very difficult to realize it in the modern situations. All governments are claiming to become democratic, or they are trying to promote good governances, but it's hardly you find it happening in our society. So having such a project, I think all efforts should be made to ensure that good governances prevail. Because without good governances, we cannot have certain support from our partners. Without good governances, we cannot emancipate our people from poverty. We can only graduate from poverty when good governances prevail in our society. And it's, as I said, it's easier to say it, very difficult to repeat. So, but with common effort, with common struggle, we can have it. Honorable Speaker, rule of law is a situation where we are not ruled by power or sentiment of men and women, but there is the law that rules. And whosoever wins is not the individual who wins, but it's the law that wins. So rule of law must be highly respected and honored. Rule of law is one of the essential pillars of democracy. But we see in the past where force is applied, where people are not free to express or to be able to champion their own causes, but rather they are subjected to all kinds of ridicules by our leaders. I think it's high time we hold the bull by the horn and ensure that the rule of law prevails as defined by 𝐸𝐸𝐻𝐸𝐻. He gave a tripartite meaning to it. And those tripartite meanings need to be observed by us. Honorable Speaker, coming to our infrastructure and restoring energy. Energy is a challenge. I happen to hail from a region and a constituency where energy is still a problem. And we cannot promote business, we cannot enhance business without energy. Electricity is a challenge in the city much more than in the rural Gambia. So with this kind of projects, with this kind of capacity building, our hopes is going to be our rural Gambians are going to benefit from electricity. Imagine the local trade that is happening, the local business that is happening in commercial or these local markets where you have lumos. They don't have electricity. They cannot preserve their products, both agricultural products and some of the products that they make for sales. So with electricity, I believe my constituency, where we have a commercial town, it's a local town, but it's a commercial town and have a link with the outside world, which is Kiribati, is going to benefit maybe in the near future with electricity that's going to promote trade. And we have many Gambian towns like that. So we cannot be in the 21st century when our people are crying over electricity. Coming to the Greater Banjul area, sometimes all office works will shut down because there is lack of energy. You go to the private sectors that are expected to employ young people. They can't do it because there is no electricity. So I think this grant can help us, one, to eradicate poverty, and two, to make sure our infrastructure is developed. Honorable Speaker, with the commitment of the executive, and with the commitment of the people and the institutions, we can make it. There is nothing that we can do. But when people are ready to change, and when people are ready to steer development, development must happen. But when people are not ready to steer it, and we have people who are there to undermine that development, it will be very difficult to get it. And I believe we need to transform, like alluded by other colleagues. These grants and loans, have been here since time immemorial. But we need to ensure that they live for purpose. I know some of the honorable members, they will go out of line when people are talking about important national issues. Because they lack the substance, to deliver or to save this country. We have seen them. So, but we need to learn from experience. Honorable members who have been here before us, we need to learn from them. But instead, they're passing us. I'm sorry to say, we need to learn from them. And those who are ready for this country to be emancipated, from poverty, politically, economically, we learn from them. And I believe these are the people of wisdom that should guide this parliament. Ratifying is one thing. Making sure that we all live for the purpose. That's it. But we have seen them here. Do you understand? Not performing to expectation, but they are individual. Okay. So, Honorable Speaker, I have no doubt, with our commitment, our willingness, these funds that we are trying to get can be beneficial to the average Gambian, more so to the rural Gambians, more so to the rural Gambians. because rural electricity is still a challenge in this country. And those people, is their sovereign right and is their human right to have access to electricity 24 hours. But you go to the communities, you travel to the North Bank. The northern part of North Bank is marginalized, totally. There is no electricity. And you expect them to invest into agriculture and other business. It will be very difficult. Food preservation is still a question in this country. How can we preserve our food? Without electricity, we can't do it. We have the traditional way of it, but that's very small, in small scale. Honorable Speaker, today is a very important day to our cause, and we believe these funds, when they reach us, we know they are not yet, but it's a process, and we will do our part, and we expect the executive to do their part. Yes, we do monitoring, but do we have the necessary tools to monitor as committees? No, we still have our own challenges as committees in the National Assembly. In other countries, when you go on monitoring, you go with the necessary tools that will tell you that this is what is lacking and this is the quality or the quantity that you are needed. We all know. But the people who are implementing it, you know what the project is all about. Do you understand? The expected outcomes are known. So we need to work towards that. Honorable Speaker, I thank everybody for giving me time to speak up my mind.
Thank you very much. Fonyi Bintang Karanla.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor. Madam Speaker, may I first thank the Minister and the team for negotiating this important grant for us. And also, may I thank the MCC and the government of the United States of America for granting us this grant. Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I think this is a very, very important grant for the Gambia. Because we all know there can be no meaningful development if there is no sustainable energy in your country. We all know even the investors or the businessmen, wherever they want to go, the first assessment they do is security and energy, electricity. So it is very important. And we all know in the Gambia now about our electricity problems. We all know that there is a lot of outrageous electricity costs we have in the Gambia. Every day, even if we be sitting sometimes, electricity will go, and it's not good for us. Madam Speaker, I think having electricity is very, very good. It reduces even our rural-urban migration. Because when you are at your rural places, you can have electricity, you can do your job, skills, some have skills, welding and other things. They can be there and doing their job, and they will not migrate to Commercia. Because why it is, the old people are migrating, they want to job, they want to survive. So if you have those amenities there, I think it will reduce the rural urban migration. That is very important. Madam Speaker, one thing I'm very much happy here is the engagement. Because the Minister has mentioned the engagement they have done here. They have engaged ministries, NAWIC itself, the private sector, the international partners. And these are very critical institutions that they engage. It is very important. So I think if you are engaged in consultation with anybody, you feel the ownership. So it means, to me, this is very, very important, the engagement. Because it's not singly handled by the ministry or NAWIC alone. So it's a multi-stakeholder engagement, which I'm very, very happy. Honorable Minister, I think you should continue with that strength. And also the other thing is, the Minister mentioned this, the aim is supporting the critical institutional and policy reforms. Madam Speaker, even yesterday a question was posed to the Minister about the viability of most of our institutions, including NAWIC here. So if you have this type of grant, I think it will help us a lot in reforms in NAWIC and some of these institutions, especially NAWIC. Madam Speaker, power is very, very important. My concern here is the Minister mentioned in page 2 that the program goal consists of 2 key projects. That is the power sector governance project and the power sector operational project. And Madam Speaker, when we talk about NAWIC, we talk about two things, that is power and water. So I want to know from the minister whether water also, because water also is a major problem in the Gambia and it's very important. It's very, very important. We have not seen anything mentioned here about water, whether it is somewhere else or not. I would want to hear it from the minister. And Madam Speaker, the last thing I want to say is everybody is talking about the implementation of these projects. I will urge the minister, please, to make sure that this is effectively and efficiently and timely implemented, because it's very important. That is most of the members are complaining of that, the effective implementation of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Fonyi Brevet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me take this opportunity to thank the Honourable Minister for bringing before us such an important agreement. The Honourable Member for Fonyi Bintang, it appears, read my mind, and he spoke at length of things that I want to bring forward. However, as a result of that, I just want to limit it to one certain thing. The intervention areas of the said grant is enormous, particularly the intervention in the area of energy, which is key. We all know the importance of energy in terms of employment creation and many other things. But my only problem, probably the minister in this intervention can make it clear to me. I did read, perhaps I did not see that aspect of sustainability. Members over and over have spoken of the existence of many grants and projects being brought to this country. But by and time, actually, when the major donor goes out, the project, most of the projects would die. So I wanted to see the sustainability aspect of the intervention areas of the project, if it's mentioned somewhere, because it's so important. He's just indicated that, as I said, projects will come as soon as the main donor leaves or the grants exhausted. Actually, the projects will eventually die. So the issue of creation of sustainability mechanism within the grant to allow the projects to continue when the grant comes on end or when the projects come to an end. So this is a major area that I want to bring to the attention of the the Honourable Minister. Implementation, as members have already said, is where the devil lies in this country. Actually, we are very good at writing projects, acquiring them. When the moment these projects and grants land in our hand, actually come to implementation, as I say, is where the devil lies. So we need to improve on that. But how do we improve on that? Actually, as the member for Fonyi Bintang has said, actually, being someone from the background of development, sustainability is very, very key, and also participation. But the Honourable Minister has indicated that the key holders that were involved in the designing stage and also in the implementation stage, that will create a sense of ownership to ensure the projects are sustained as per the grant. On that note, Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much. Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Let me begin by thanking the American government through USAID for facilitating this program for our beloved country, Gambia. Honourable Speaker, Gambia is almost 50, 60 years old as an independent state, and energy is ever remained our problem. So I think the time has come for the government of the day to seriously look into the energy problem, because there will never be any meaningful development in this country without having a reliable energy situation in the country. The grant is indeed a welcome grant, and it has come at the right time. But, Honourable Speaker, The Minister of Finance and the team also should be thanked for ably negotiating this wonderful grant. However, I would like to ask the Honorable Minister on the issue of how he comes about in forming the project. The formulation of the project was through multilateral stakeholder engagement. The progress involved stakeholders from the Office of the President, Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs, Ministry of Petroleum, Energy, Ministry of Justice, and NAWEC as a private stakeholder. Now, I want to ask the Minister, in formulating this project, these stakeholders that has names have been mentioned in the project, what is the yardstick used in formulating, getting these institutions into this project? Because I want to know. Madam Speaker, this project is very important, as I said earlier on. And that's only the way to help this country. We want to bring development in this country, almost everywhere, every part of this country. But without a reliable electricity, let's forget it. So I'm urging the government to do all what it can to make sure that Gambia has a reliable electricity. With these few remarks, I thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the floor, and I support the grant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Larikunda Sabiji. Yes. Larikunda Sabiji.
Well, thank you, Honorable Speaker. And then also join the rest of my colleagues to thank the Honorable Minister of Finance for having the foresight to go into such agreement, and the government of the day as well. Because looking at it, we all understand that Gambia is looking for universal access to electricity by 2025. And in order to have that one, you need a finance to reach to that level. Honorable Speaker, but if you looked at this also, the statement from the Minister of Finance, where he, on page 2, where he says, the governance project focus on building the capacity of power sector stakeholders to identify and solve problems in the following areas: the legal and regulatory environment, the policy and the planning environment, NAWEC structure and governance, and external oversight. I think here NAWEC structure and governance is a key here. In as much as we wanted to invest in our energy sector, we must have a good structure in place. So when we have a grant that is going to invest in that area, it's going to help us a lot. You look at the way NAWEC is functioning. I couldn't know what Honorable Member for Bintan sees. Yeah. What is it about water? I think Honorable Minister also should tell us whether this component will also have cover some aspect of water or not. But the structure, if NAWEC have a right structure in place, the issue that we are facing as a country, I think, will come to us. So having this $25 million grant, if we invest it in this area, I am quite sure if it is rightly invested, the issue that we are having at NAWEC right now will be a thing to pass. Honorable Speaker, if you looked at the NAWEC, if you look at their report, the activity report and then the financial statements, you look at what we are having here and what we are rectifying here, you come to realize that yes, NAWEC definitely need this. And this is done in consultation with NAWEC itself and other key stakeholders, which is very important. But Honorable Speaker, what we also want to ask the Honorable Minister is that the conditions that are attached to these grants, I think these are very important. In as much as we wanted to achieve the access, the universal access to electricity by 2025, with a grant component of having a grant of $25 million, we know that the grants, they don't just disburse the money like that. There is a conditions attached to that. From now toward 2025, we want to know some of the conditions that are attached in order for Gambia to have access to all this funding. Because when we don't have access to this funding, we still have a gap. The amount of money that the Gambia government is spending on NAWEC is huge. It's not small. You look at our budget, the contribution that NAWEC is doing towards the budget, they are not contributing any dividend to the government. But yet, Gambia government is investing on NAWEC. So what we want to know is that the conditions that are attached for us to have access to this funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabasanya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Let me also do the same thing to thank the entire government for coming up with such a very good initiative. I think my submission will be very brief. I have concerns which are somehow raised and spoken on by my other colleagues. I just want to emphasize on the document that for me it is really a friendly one because it caters for the environment, for the gender, and for human rights. And these are the things that I scout out. And I think when you look at our current situation, this is really a need on time. Everybody is struggling with energy and even water. My main concern in this area is I'm just making a proposal if during the executing time the project can consider separating the water division from the electricity division, because what we experience is when we have electricity shortage, then water will always go. And currently, areas in the combos are suffering from that condition. I think NAWEC should look into that through this program. I don't know how would they do it, but it is really important. I also observe that local content is really respected, because if you go to page 12, I see the service providers are the government the government is taxed to identify those people. I think this is a very good arrangement. The agreement is really very good. The only concern I have was about the water, and please, for God and heaven's sake, if you look at the surrounding our neighbors, just Senegal here, water and electricity are managed by different units. So if you just attach water to electricity, when the electricity go off, water will also go eventually, and that is really what is affecting us. Now, if you come to rural Gambia as well, I don't see, maybe they will have plan for that, but some part of our rural community don't have access to NAWEC, and NAWEC, some communities are not qualified because they also do business. And as someone said, this is a right, this is a human right. And everybody has a right, whether you are in the Panganibas there or whether you are in a hamlet, you have the right to have these services. So obviously, I think there's also another component within the agreement to look for green energy to some communities. I think that will also help, as NAWEC cannot extend to those areas. These are some of the observations I have, and I wanted to give those proposals. Without that, I have nothing left. I thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to take my seat.
Thank you. Banyul North.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are being presented by the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs this grant facility from the Millennium Challenge Corporation Threshold Program, which is an agreement between the United States government and the Gambia government. And this grant facility consists of two projects. One is on the governance of NAWEC, and the other is on the operations of NAWEC. The objective for the governance project is to develop more effective, accountable, and transparent power sector governance in the Gambia. The objective for the second project which is the operations project, is to improve the National Water and Electricity Company, NAWEC's capability to operate the Gambian power system in a manner that reduces the frequency and duration of outages and is consistent with the Gambia's universal access and conditional emissions goals as put forward in its nationally determined contributions, that is the NDCs. Of course, these are lofty objectives, and I think everybody would hail this intervention as people have been experiencing the perennial challenge that faces NAWEC in terms of outages, longer durations, and now we are experiencing it. It's affecting everybody, affecting business, affecting so many operations that are critical to the economy and comfort. Now sometimes we experience warm nights and without electricity, so there's real discomfort. So with this intervention, it's coming to reduce that. It's something that we would really welcome. But let me just start that I'm very particular with the element dealing with conditional emissions. And it's talking about reducing carbon emissions. I think I believe this is a suggestion I would make, that the intervention should really focus on clean energy, green energy. Rather than purchasing generators, if we come to that stage, let us promote clean energy. I think the focus should really be on that. How do we use the sun? How do we use wind energy? And there's a lot that we can do in terms of clean energy, and definitely. And the other thing, and I think there's room for that, because this loan agreement, as I said, for me, the first thing that I consider is I look at it, I always juxtapose these things with the Constitution, particularly Section 79, that is talking about not accepting anything that would come and compromise our sovereignty, derogate on our sovereignty. And the fact that there is this provision that we can opt out of the agreement, addresses that. I think this is the first thing that National Assembly members or the National Assembly should be focusing itself. Anything that comes before us, let us see whether we have the room. And not only that, this also provides for review. And that's where, National Assembly can play an active role. If you go to page 17, page 17 of the agreement, it's talking about termination and suspension, expiration. And that is where, we can really not allow ourselves to be tied by the agreement. And I would want the Honorable Minister to explain to us on page 18 that it states that page 18, Roman 8, and it starts with page 17. MCC may immediately, upon written notice to the government, suspend or terminate this agreement or the grant in whole or in part, and any obligation related thereto, if MCC determines that any circumstance identified by MCC as a basis for suspension or termination, whether in writing to the government or by posting on the MCC website, has occurred, which circumstances include, but not limited to the following. It goes with Roman 1 up to Roman 8. Roman 8. A person or entity receiving grant funding or using assets acquired in whole or in part with grant funding is found to have been convicted of a narcotics offense or to have been engaging in drug trafficking, resulting in the termination of this agreement. So, can the government be in a position to determine whether the person we are dealing with or the business we are dealing with had been found wanting in terms of drug trafficking? So I think this thing needs explanation. We might not suffer as a result of this. Are we in a position to determine? or what mechanisms are in place for us to be able to determine. So this kind of conditionality really needs to be looked into. We also go to page page 20. It's on governing law amendment general. So I think this is something that one should welcome. Section 7.2, consultations. Either party may at any time request consultations relating to the interpretation or implementation of this agreement. Such consultations shall begin at the earliest possible date. So I think anything that we find to be a gray area that needs clarification or revisiting, we can always invoke this. So it's good to have this there. If you go to page 21 also, where it's talking about amendments, section 7.7, the parties may amend this agreement only by written agreement. Such agreement shall specify how it enters into force. So these two is room for us to always revisit. And I would strongly recommend that the National Assembly plays an active role in terms of this. We should be revisiting the agreement, and if there's any need for amendment, we can always alert the executive to institute the process, start the process. If you go to Annex 1, there's no numbering, page numbering, but it's Annex 1, Annex 1, 2, where the page numbering is. It's talking about this activity supports a study examining the benefits and cost of separating NAWEX, water, and this agreement is also entertaining a study on the where there's need to separate the water services and the electricity services. I think this is very interesting. It's something that one can explore. And then accountability and oversight for the power sector. It states the accountability activity seeks to strengthen the ability of the National Assembly and of public stakeholders such as civil society, the media, and academia to influence the development and operations of the power sector to better reflect their interests and needs. The accountability activity has the following sub-activities. 1, Roman 1, establish, monitor, and support performing, reform, and project teams. Here I have an issue. For me, I believe, Honorable Minister, that the National Assembly should really stand there. We should not enmesh ourselves, involve ourselves in the process of the executive, because we are an oversight. Of course, capacity building is necessary, it can be entertained. National Assembly members can be engaged, to interact, to acquaint themselves with the operations of this project, how to come in, but for them to be part of the processes. I believe our own setup provides that we can always invite, as has been cited by the Honorable Minister, we can always invite them to come. We can always review our committees, our oversight committees can be engaged. Let me just go, Honorable Minister, if you go to the last sentence, the accountability reform team plays a leadership role and comprises representatives of the National Assembly, civil society, media, and academia. I believe the National Assembly should not be here, given the fact that we are an independent entity. This does not mean that we are extracting ourselves from the process, but just to be standing there so that we will have oversight. It will be for us rather than if we allow ourselves to be part of it. You cannot be player and at the same time a referee. So I believe this particular point needs revisiting. Build capacity for stronger sector engagement.
Honorable, which page is that? Can you have?
Well, it's Annex 1.3, where you have page. After the page, the page numberings, you have Annex 1, program description. If you go to that first page, the second page, and the third page, that is Annex 1.3. 1.3, yes. Annex 1.3. Roman 1, establish, monitor, and support performing reform and project teams. Yes. We have 1, 2, yes, exactly. Number 1, Roman 1, establish, monitor, and support performing reform and project teams. Under this sub-activity, the government shall establish a reform team government establishing a reform team and the National Assembly being part of this reform team. This is what I'm saying. That National Assembly should really not be part of this. Yes. You've seen it, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Minister. Okay. So that's the point. If you go to Roman 4 also, I think that's fine. And then if you go to Roman 6, sorry, Annex 1.6, on the Board of Directors, you have 7. Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy as Chair, Secretary General of the Office of the President, Permanent Secretary, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs, Managing Director of NAWEC, Director General of PURA, Representative of Gambian Private Sector, and Representative of Gambian Civil Society. Since NAWEC is dealing with services, consumers, I think it would be very fitting to have consumer representation here, the civil society. I don't know whether that it means, but it can stand, but let this representation be consumer organizations to be part of this, because really consumers are really suffering. Appliances are being destroyed. There is no recourse for compensation from NAWEC. The law does not permit that. And I think we also need to look into that. You know, people are really suffering as a result of the outages. So consumer representation is really critical in this. And then if you go to Annex 1, 10, Power Sector Operations Project Logic. The operations project works to identify and address weaknesses in NAWEC's operations and structure through a two-phase approach, the first phase of which utilizes a facilitated... Anyway, that's fine. But the last paragraph, overall, the operations project is designed to reform the institution of NAWEC on many aspects: growth, reliability, customer satisfaction, financial position, and adaptation for a successful and climate-resilient future, leading to improved capability to operate a power system in a manner that reduces the frequency and duration of outages, in the long term reduce outages, and improved operations are expected to lead to lower energy costs for consumers and lower costs for businesses. I think this is key. Rather than reduce, why don't you eliminate outages? Or is that too ambitious? That's an ideal. To eliminate outages. Okay, on Annex 111. NAWEC's financial position is strengthened by the transfer of NAWEC debt to the Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs. Is that the case? Transfer their debt to the Minister of... Okay. In the absence of... are we going to assess NAWEC to see whether those debts were... anyway, I understand. Anyway, NAWEC is not fluid. It's not liquid. So I can understand. But I need an explanation, Honourable Minister. Why this? Why can NAWEC be supported to be able to fund the loans that it contracted, to prepare the loans that it contracted? Of course, it's service-oriented. It's not business. But we're expecting that NAWEC should be operating in a cost-effective manner. So basically, Honourable Speaker, I think those are the issues that I wanted to highlight. Other than that, I support the approval of this grant facility that is coming to really help the economy, and that the fact that it is not cast in stone, there can be amendments on the way. We can opt out. You know, we can. So I would strongly advise National Assembly, the plenary, and the oversight committees that are responsible for NAWEC and eventually the operation of this to be really circumspect, to really follow this and then address any challenge that we feel is not to our advantage. Also on that note, I wish to support the approval of this grant agreement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Woolly East.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Minister has cited two themes that he said are related to the NDP, and that is to restore good governance and the rule of law, that's one, and building our infrastructure and restoring energy services to power our energy, our economy. These are the two main issues that are relating to this particular agreement. As far as the first one is concerned, Honorable Speaker, I believe that responsibility actually lies on ourselves. Good governance, we must have the will to bring it, to make sure that our country, our democracy, actually flourishes. No one will come and actually force us to do that. We must do that on our own. We must study our society and ensure that we legislate the right type of laws to enhance the democracy. I'm sorry that we have missed that opportunity for the last 5 years. We have to start that again. On the second leg, Honorable Speaker, building our infrastructure and restoring energy services to power our economy. I believe that there is very great need for energy. Everybody wants electricity, and we all cry when there is power outage. I could remember when during the Afghan games, when Gambia was supposed to play, there was total blackout. And all the youths were angry. They were so angry with the government. If they had got hold of any of us, they would have punished us.
Order. I'm rising on a point of order. Yes. Order 12. 12-3, yes. The quorum now, we are less than what should sit to make a decision.
So, can we
divided by 4?
By 4. Let's just get the additional 2 members, maybe they're out. So. In that case, honorable members, may we just take a 10-minute break? Second, I hesitated suspending the session earlier on because we have just about 3 or 4, and then we proceed. This is it. Well.
I call.
Yeah, well, some of us were at the VIP. I mean, yeah, we're fine. We proceed now. I just want to take a short break. Thank you.
Honorable Member for Banjul South, Floyd. Oh.
Please, but we have to continue.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Honorable. I can continue, no? Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I was saying that the desire for electricity, everybody wants electricity, electric power, is very high. But my concern really is in the area of protecting the environment, emissions, and that is capture, the solutions to energy. And the United States looks like a country that is pioneering clean energy. And therefore, I would think that whatever agreement they may have with other countries will also be centered on clean energy. Honorable friend has already mentioned that. This is a very small country. So if we want to build any infrastructure to restore energy services to power our economy, I think we should be thinking ahead and not forgetting about clean energy to start with, so that we'll be able to catch up with other countries. If we look at the execution version on page 9, it is saying, that is section 4.5, environmental, gender, and other program guidelines. A, unless MCC agrees otherwise, the government shall ensure that activities undertaken, funded or otherwise supported in whole or in part, directly or indirectly, by grant funding, comply with the MCC environmental guidelines, including the environmental and social performance standards as set forth in the performance standards on environmental and social sustainability of the International Finance Corporation, as in effect from time to time, the IFC, etc. So that is there. So I was thinking that whatever we implement in this direction should be centered on clean energy, so that we don't have to come tomorrow and overhaul that and try to come with clean energy after that. Why don't we just start with that? That's what something that I'm thinking of. Honorable Speaker, I'm also thinking about the completion date. Article 6. That is 4 years, if I read properly. And the issue there is that it looks like after the 4 years, if whatever expenses after 4 years, whether it is completed or not, the funding will not be forthcoming. And I was thinking that sometimes we come up with projects. I could remember one of the projects, I think is the 𝐬𝐞𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬𝐬 project expires. And therefore, those funds could not be accrued or accessed. So I was thinking that we must be very alert to ensure that projects are completed on time so that we do not miss to access the funds that are earmarked for the project. Apart from that, Honorable Speaker, I think this is a very good initiative, and it is here to help us to start anew. Power outages, as the Honorable friend has already said, causes a lot of not only disturbances, but also affects appliances, destroys appliances, and we don't have systems in place, legislation in place. And even buildings are being burnt. And people are complaining that it is power outages that are causing some of those frictions. So on that note, I thank you for the time and thank the ministry for the good job. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Serakunda, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The executive has done its part. It is its duty to sign agreements. It has been signed in November. And it is our duty to ratify, and it is before us. Key element, Honorable Speaker, can be found in the recitals at the front page, page 1. It is telling us that there is a Millennium Challenge Act of 2003. Every government in the world has principles and policies for development cooperation. So what we are being told is an act established by a government, by a state, and the objective is to select candidates. And the candidates would be countries that have demonstrated a commitment to strengthening good governance, economic freedom, and investments in people. I like that word, investment in people, in order to assist such countries to become eligible for the Millennium Challenge Compact. So we are talking about a group of people belonging to what is called a threshold program. And they are selected on the basis of certain standards of governance that they are adhering to. And we are told in the recital that Gambia has been selected as eligible for the threshold program. So there's an eligibility criteria which had made the country to be eligible for this program. And should it be enrolled in the program and end up going against the very principles that made it eligible, obviously it will become disqualified to continue being considered for such a program. In this instance, Article 1 tells us the goals and objectives of the program that Gambia has sought to be part of, which is a program goal. Gambia has its goal, and the goal seeks to strengthen good governance, economic freedom, and investment in the people of the Gambia. And the project objectives are clear. There are two: the governance project objective, as well as the operational objectives. But the focus for the Gambia is to look at a sovereign asset, because they are sovereign assets. And you do not dispose of those sovereign assets. And that's why this has attracted my interest, that rather than disposing of the sovereign assets, it is talking about good management of the sovereign asset. And that is a positive direction. How do we manage a sovereign asset like NAWIC, which provides electricity, water supply, and sewerage? You do not easily dispose of that when the call of nature demands that the people need water, they need sewerage, they need sanitation. So how do you manage that is a fundamental objective. So if we had the vision to try to see how to manage this institution, first by looking at effective, accountable, and transparent power sector governance, and number two, building up the capacity of the company so that they build up its systems in order to eliminate what we are experiencing daily in this National Assembly, outages. So for us it's visible. We cannot hide ourselves and talk about even the population. We are experiencing it right here. So we know that the outages are here. Honorable Speaker, power requires generation, it requires transmission, it requires distribution. So no matter how effective the management, if it does not lead you to generation capacity where you can supply your population, both consumers at the level of the population, the people, and also business, you still have a problem. So it is important that we leave that as part of our concern. What is the generation capacity of NAWIC? And at the moment, it appears that it is moving more and more into creating a transmission belt, going to the level of at least building a chain in West Africa to be able to acquire the capacity to transmit enough electricity for distribution to the consumers. So that's an entirely issue of policy, and that must be looked into in the long run. What would that mean? We hope that such opportunity can be utilized to look at the whole issue of power generation, transmission, and distribution of NAWIC. But what we are told under Article 2, Honorable Speaker, is that there is a grant which are, of course, subject to the terms of the agreement, amounting to $25 million US. We are talking about $1.25 billion. $1,250 million if we take the rate to be $50 per the dollar. So this is not an ordinary money. clearly this is an opportunity. Of course, the government under Section 2.3 must be ready to provide all the funds and other resources necessary to accompany the project. Well, the minister can explain what the implications are and how ready government is to accompany the project itself. What may be the effect of getting the grant and its utilization. Of course, under 2.4, we are restricted from the use of the grant to fund terrorism, build armies, and whatever. So those issues are there, the restrictions of the grant. And now, Honorable Speaker, it is important to look at the issue of management. That is why Article 3 talks about assurances and responsibilities. Who will have the principal responsibility for overseeing and supervising the implementation of the program? We are told that there will be a Millennium Challenge account, Gambia MCG, in the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy as an independent entity with a board of directors and other characteristics and features as disclosed in Part B, Annex 1. Of course, that is what creates the element of governance, and that is why it is engendered in the agreement to have a board of directors comprising the permanent secretary, Office of the President, Minister of Finance, NAWEC itself, the managing director, PURA, representative of Gambian private sector. Why not Chamber of Commerce? I don't know why you just say representative of private sector. Is Chamber of Commerce not representative enough, representative of Gambia civil society? So here, sometimes it's good to be very specific to be able to deal with this. And in this case, you do have consumer protection groups, and usually it's to research and be very specific in terms of composition. Well, maybe in the actual implementation, it is in general, the minister so consider through consultation, which is the best civil society organization that can actually represent the people in this regard. Now, NAWEC does have a board. So what will be the relation between this board that is being created through an international agreement with the board that is statutorily established? So I think that is important to look into, consider to avoid duplication of responsibilities. So looking at the situation, we are dealing with money meant to transform the governance of NAWEC and turn it into an institution that is accountable and responsive to the needs of the Gambian population. So page 10 is actually telling us what the driving policy is. That it aims to equip NAWEC to manage system growth, including for lower consumption customers, supporting NAWEC to sustainably maintain system assets and optimize the use of those assets to reduce faults of NAWEC network, the faults of the network, improving customer service and increasing satisfaction among NAWEC customers, including for lower consumption customers, strengthening NAWEC's financial position through increased revenue or reduced operating costs, and 5, improving NAWEC's capacity to manage change. Essentially, this money on the page 10, that's the Annex 1, is actually designed to achieve these fundamental objectives, is to make NAWEC to perform through improving its management capacity, not investing in generators or any form of renewable energy. Is not power sector governance project. So here, the power sector governance project is an item, and capacity building is important there, and accountability and oversight for the power sector. That the sum of $8 million, $8,400,000 will be allocated. And of course, for the Millennium Challenge, 35,000 would be a part of their activities. But government contracted activities, accountability and oversight for the power sector would require $1,600,000. Then we go to the power sector operations project, which is allocated $11,600,000. Fundamental change and building commitment, that will be allocated $3,900,000. The strategic investment and consolidating change would be allocated $7,700,000. Then monitoring and evaluation will be allocated $1 million, and program management and administration will be allocated $4 million, giving a total of $25 million. So here it is very clear that we are dealing with a very delicate situation. It is really investing in management. You do not see the tangible equipment that are bought. It is actually the result that matters. That the result is you, when you say reduce, well, to what level, but we say eliminate the outages and ensure that NAWEC delivers as anticipated. So money is to be given to help build our institution to financial viability. So there, again, the monitoring becomes fundamental. Who are going to be the individuals responsible for actually managing the process is going to be key. So the National Assembly should prepare itself, obviously, for that oversight to ensure that $25 million, $1,250,000,000 does not go into the waste bin. It is going to be invested to save a sovereign asset so that it will deliver to those who wish to invest in the productive sector throughout the country, nationwide, so that it will serve economic development and also provide the consumers what we need so that our school systems, our hospital system, you go to the hospital close to my area, it's a clinic. When we have outages, they also have outages. And pregnant women deliver in that clinic. It's meant as a maternity. So essentially, you can see the implications of power outages, that somebody on oxygen can die immediately with power outages, because it does not wait for 2 minutes, 3 minutes to put a generator on. So we are dealing with an element that deals with the very lives of our people. So, Honorable Speaker, we should know that this is an asset, but we must be ready this time to ensure that it does not go in vain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Banjul South.
Madam Speaker, I think I withdraw. All my concerns have been addressed. Thank you.
Nyani, Honorable Member for Nyani.
Thank you, Madam. I also withdraw.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Members. May I now invite the mover, that's Honorable Minister, to respond to the various issues that have been raised by the Honorable Members. A couple of them overlap, so maybe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I think this morning when I made a statement, I was talking about capacity building, and I think the Honorable Member from Serakunda has summed it all very, very well. You build capacity over the years. We have been investing in generation, but actually we did not invest in governance. And when the assessment was done, that is why we agreed. When they came, they asked us, in terms of sequencing the priorities, and in our NDP, infrastructure and energy were the priorities, and we had to ask them to go for the energy. And what we will be witnessing, I am confident that with the partnership and collaboration of the National Assembly, saving our sovereign assets is paramount. We have been investing a lot. As government, we have a responsibility to make sure the saving of those sovereign assets is fundamental, in the sense that the loans that we have been taking to invest in these sovereign assets just to leave them dilapidated because of what? Business as usual. And what this program is telling us, it cannot be business as usual. Combined with the target of government for the universal access by 2025 is still possible. There is a very clear roadmap, and up to this morning, the Minister of Energy and Petroleum did confirm to me that the roadmap is still on target, is valid. Just to share with you some of the little things that government have been doing, intend to do, included in it is the unbundling of the water and electricity. That included in this, there will be a study to see how do we unbundle, because we have seen and realized the inefficiency of combining both of them. Just to inform the National Assembly, yes, the OMVG project, that is green. It's not generation. That's almost 14 megawatts. And we also have another green project, that is the Jambul Power Solar, that is almost 20 megawatts. We also have the electrification. I came here for the ratification of the financing for the electricity of 1,100 schools and clinics. I think these are efforts that government is doing. And I think somebody also, one of the owners also asked about water, of which a lot of investment is also coming. Example, there is the Agency France Development will be investing at least to the tune of Agency France Development, almost $19 million US for water. And we will also expect from the World Bank 43 million. These are all grants. So combined, the intent is to make sure it's not only electricity but water, but we have to unbundle it. The study will be done, and we will be sharing with the Honorable House the study that will be conducted. Sustainability, when we talk about the change management, I think that's the bottom line. In saving our sovereign assets, there will be certain management structures that will be put in place. Included in that, the gender sensitivity and all of those other issues. And I can proudly inform the Honorable August National Assembly House that NAWEC has been doing very well. In 2010 up to 2012, as Finance Minister, there is no single month that NAWEC will not come to me, either to ask for subsidy or to pay ITFC facilities. I've been there for 4 years now, and very rarely, if not a phone call to ask to say that we are encountering certain foreign exchange elements, can you assist? That's the thing, and I think they must be publicly commended. Yes, there are outages, but because we have been investing too much, as the Honorable Member from Serakunda said, in generation, but the transmission and distribution has been really not something that we have been consistently upgrading. And the demand for electricity is increasing exponentially. The development all over, private sector, public, everything that is coming up. This is to confirm that there is light at the end of the tunnel. But this $25 million is not something tangible. It's not something that we can lay our hands on. But the benefits in the future, we will see how NAWEC is not only improved, but the unbundling to see the water, reliable water, and also reliable electricity. But both of these entities will be separated, and they will all be accountable. So there is nothing like you don't have electricity, then you have water. No. Included in this, we have a Japanese program, and I think numerous amount of boreholes that are being dug rurally, in the rural areas. Whilst we are trying to address this, we are trying to make sure that the rural entities, the rural areas are not neglected. The committees that we are talking about is steering committee. The board of directors, these are the statutory bodies that cannot. The steering committee is more of the monitoring and evaluation committee, and they sit regularly. It's different because you cannot have anything creative new that is above the board of directors. No, the board of directors is where the buck stops. This is where the decisions are made, and that the endorsement, the contribution that we will be making in kind, provisions of office, seconding of those staffs that are going to the project, these are staff that we will continue to pay. I mean, payment of electricity and other facilities, basic items, but they are not cash. We are not contributing cash, just like the development operations program that we were talking about. How do we select stakeholders? It's natural that in any program that you have, Ministry of Finance is there. We'll be negotiating the financing, but as a group. The Justice Ministry is there. These are the two entities that will always be there. And then that's where in this program you have the Ministry of Petroleum, you also have NAWEC. So these are things that in our system here, they are fundamental, very, very important, that wherever you move, the sector that is responsible will always be co-opted. So it's a standard operating procedure that whenever you have finance, then you will also have justice to be there. Again, the change management will bring about leakages. Leakages can come in different ways. And NAWEC, recently, I'm sure you've heard over the radio, they've been digitalizing. You've also heard that now the payment of certain services is through the banks. These are all measures to make sure there is close monitoring of the resources that are being paid to navigate. It's nothing like exchange of cash. And I think in the near future, all of these things will be fully connected, meaning digitalization will be in the forefront. Again, in any agreement, we're talking about compliance, but it's reciprocity. It's reciprocal. They have the donor can exit anytime, but it has to be justified. Likewise, from our own end, if we're not satisfied with certain things, these are things that you give notice, but it must be justified. It's not a one-sided thing. And again, this threshold program is 4 years. This is not the first time the Gambia became eligible for MCC. I was Secretary General in 2011, in 2006, 2005, we were eligible. But because of governance issues, before we commenced, at that time, I'm telling you, it was huge. But because of governance issues, we were asked, I think the diplomatic way we were asked to, they paused. They said, can you wait on the side for the time being until we address certain things? And now we're talking about the restoration and strengthening of democracy, and that is why we're eligible. But believe me, threshold is one step. How far we can go, I can assure you, we might be talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. This is just the beginning. That we are now is elementary. As we go along, of course, it's not only about economic performance, but the governance are the strongest pillars that when they do the assessment and evaluation. And the threshold program in the agreement, if we read it properly, you will see that the statement means that 4 years, but is there to be observed. That is why it is called a threshold program. You tick the boxes, but the governance are the most important pillars, and I think it takes all of us, executive, legislative, judiciary, to ensure that the governance structures are not only solid, but so strong that even an earthquake cannot shake. And this, I believe, we can do it together as a country. So, Honorable Speaker, I think most of the interventions we are asking about, in the end, how do we manage this? And the management of it, again, the oversight responsibility of the National Assembly to make sure that what we have been calling for, what we have been crying for, the governance and the operations, the power, these are things that I am sure when we do it together, we should be able to achieve whatever we want to achieve. And I can tell you the sky is the limit. That doesn't mean that we will not be looking inwards to do things on our own. In our infrastructure and our roads, we are using our own taxpayers' money. We cannot, the President in his inaugural statement is very clear, we cannot continue to depend on foreign aid to develop our country. In looking inwards, the National Assembly has a major role to play in that. Because whatever we mobilize, we have to come here to be appropriated. And we are determined as a government to mobilize resources, not dependent too much on international trade taxes, no. I think internally we are aware and we have made several studies to see exactly not only the leakages, but how we can broaden the tax base, not by going up, but by going down through digitalization and other means that we believe that we can still improve on our tax collection whilst we are doing very well. And every target so far that we have been giving the GRA, they have been meeting it. What they need is more help and is more support. And we believe the investment that we want to that we intend to invest in digitalization to the tune of almost $40 million US. I will not say it will solve 100% of our problems, but but it will improve services, it will change a lot in the way we do business. The message here is it cannot be business as usual. The executive and the National Assembly, we have a role to play in this, and you have a lead role to play in this. And we're here. The included in the ratification is the oversight, and any time that the need arises for us to work together, we are willing and ready to work with you towards the attainment of the Gambia we want in 2050. Unless I have any additional, the conditions attached, they are numerous and they are standards, included environmental assessment, procurement, audit, financial reporting, ratification. These are all, the conditions are numerous, but the template is standard in all of these agreements. So it's not like so strong that it's a normal thing that we have been we are used to. What is key this time is we have timelines. That we have dates, and we are committed to make sure whatever date is set, we should be able to have, we can meet this way before the deadline. Thank you very much. I'll stay if I miss anything or...
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Minister. But before we put the question, equally concerned about the issue raised by the Honorable Member for Banjul North, and that is the inclusion of the National Assembly in, am I right, in the board of directors. Was that right? Honorable Member for Banjul North.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, involvement, the inclusion of
the National Assembly, yes.
Yes, in a team.
The Assembly will be performing its oversight function, or you will, okay, very well. Can you refer us to the page?
Honorable Speaker, Annex 1.3. Establish, monitor, and support performing reform and project teams. The Accountability Reform Team plays a leadership role and comprises representatives of the National Assembly, civil society, and it's the government that is going to appoint them.
Yes.
Separation of powers.
Yeah, Honorable, this is part of your oversight responsibility. It's not that you're included in a committee. No, you are still on top there. You're doing your oversight responsibility. Example, when a mission is up, you have a subject matter specialist that you can direct to say that go and do this, part of this team, and then come and report to us. There is no way that National Assembly can be, in the budget, it's part of the accountability and oversight for the power sector. So it's not like you're part of what you are, it's part of your oversight. But you, when it comes to the delegation, there are subject matter specialists that do meet with us, but not that the National Assembly is in a committee where you are like any other. No, you're the supreme lawmakers. We cannot dilute your responsibility.
Because if my memory serves me right, I saw the board of directors, whether it is in this agreement or the previous one, but definitely it is here. Definitely the National Assembly is included in the board of directors. Can you help me with the page so that I can make specific reference to it? 1.6, Appendix 1.6, thank you. I just want to be guided so that yes, 1.6. Appendix 1.6, Board of Directors. Is it there? No, it's not there. Well, it's okay.
It's not in the board. What we are saying
okay,
is,
yeah.
Honorable Speaker, can I come again? Honorable Minister, yes, it's Annex 1.3. If you go to Roman 1, establish, monitor and support performing reform and project team. It states, under this sub-activity, the government shall establish a reform team, the accountability reform team, and one project team to support engagement and problem solving that strengthen external oversight and accountability of the power sector. The accountability reform team that is established by government plays a leadership role and comprises representatives of the National Assembly, civil society, media, and academia. So this is it.
Okay, that's why I say it can't be a board. It's like a steering committee, but not actually the thing. But we can exclude you there. We just thought that your presence, even if it is delegated, but we can expunge it. We can because it's I don't think we will have an issue with that.
Okay. It's all right? Yes, thank you. The concern has been raised, so it will be taken up by the ministry. Thank you very much, honorable members and Minister and your team for the responses provided to the concerns raised by honorable members. May I now put the question, be it resolved, please order one meeting that this Honorable Assembly do ratify the Millennium Challenge Corporation Threshold Program Grant Agreement between the United States of America, acting through the Millennium Challenge Corporation, and the Republic of the Gambia, acting through the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those not in favor, please say no. So the ayes have it. And on that note, but before I put the question, honorable members, I just wish to draw your attention to the fact that the agenda might slightly be altered because of the ABC meeting with regards to what transpired in the Assembly a couple of days ago. So we might have to change the agenda a little bit. But it will be communicated in the group tomorrow morning after the meeting. I cannot specifically say it's going to be this and this because the ABC has to meet and agree on steps to take, and that will naturally affect the agenda. Let me just inform you that. And on that note, be it resolved that this Assembly, this August Assembly, do stand adjourned till Monday, the 14th of February, 2022. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. The Assembly now stands adjourned till Monday, the 14th of February, 2022 at 10 a.m. prompt. And I thank you all for your kind attention. I'm sorry to have kept you here. I'm going to have a late lunch, but it's okay.